What do you call a vegetarian Viking? A Norwegian.
Good morning, everybody. Guten Morgen. A Norwegian? Ho, 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 ho. All right, let's go ahead and see what is up. We have not missed anything. I should probably check to see if these are recs or live games, but, you know, not the brightest sometimes. Why is Folder blaming me? What on earth is he complaining about? No idea. All right, the League of Shadows. Okay, they are live. Up. Got a fortified clearing sighting, but we still have migration. Got a BF sighting and a crescent. Perfect. With your tacos, I love tacos, man. What kind of taco do you have? Steak, always good. Vanilla obscure forest, something like that. Oh, right. Do we have a lobby? Not yet. What? That's so weird. I'm sure we can establish a lobby soon. One day, maybe. Give you cash instead of tacos? I mean, to be fair, is there a more useful currency than tacos? Fish sticks? No. Come on, guys. You can do it. You can make a lobby and start a video game. Nope, no admin pick. Just play all four. Each team gets 2 picks. An even number of games seems weird to you, but you're one of those European types that's like all about this league format, even numbers of games. Isn't that what they do in football? They're trying to find a server. Well, it's going to be tough with these players. League format? We do that with basketball. Sort of. Kind of. Who do I have winning? Wonders is definitely the favorite. They're 1-1-0. They did tie with Nocturna, and then win over Sol's 4-0, although that was a very close 4-0. Yeah, Darkside is 0-2 right now. Got swept by Tag. And lost 1-3 to Vitality. In whole years? Well, yeah, I mean, they're trying it for AoE too. Job interview, well, I hope it went well. Lunchtime? Well, it's still breakfast time for me. But yeah, the issue here is that we have players from South America, Asia, and Europe. So there literally is no good server. Like, it just doesn't exist. Unless we had a Central African server, then it would be decent. Well, look who joined me in a surprising turn of events. Eggs? Oatmeal? The thing I have every morning, oatmeal with peanut butter and a little honey? Custom map pool. I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. Their ping for the... Wait, shouldn't it be the other way... the same the other way around? I thought ping was really just a measure of distance. Egg wraps with Tabasco sauce. Well, there you go. Well, like, it's a measure of time over a distance. All right, we got Dark Side in the game. The side of darkness. Devices? Oh, I did not know that. Oh, wait, we have a Rage Forest set today. Play all four? No, not my tournament. Okay, we have Team Barles versus Andy in 13:30, so 2 hours and 44 minutes. We might jump over to the other set, since it's a playoff set. And made it for team games? Well, I mean, it's just like a regular league format, right? I don't think there's anything too special about it. You know, just everybody plays everybody. All right, we got a Nikov and we got a Sebastian. Why is it good? Yeah, I just don't know why 4 was chosen. Like, I don't know why you would want to create draws, I guess. Only home maps? No, I mean, yeah, I guess. By fair dice throw? Well, we have at least 5 players in the lobby, so I will take that as a sign that I can get my coffee, and hopefully, everything will be ready when I get back. I hope. Uh-huh. Well, we have gained a Lucio, but we lost a Sebastian. So, on the whole, we're still a player short. Is it easier to love or to hate? That would be a measure of passion one way or the other. Isn't the saying the opposite of love isn't hatred, it's indifference? Indifference? Well, I mean, it's like the equal passion. If you're measuring it in terms of passion, then the opposite of love is indifference, and the opposite of hate is also indifference. But if you're doing it as a measure of positive or negative emotion, then the opposite of love is absolutely hate. So it just depends on what you're talking about. Hate is the ultimate form of love. I think Fodler's been hanging around a few too many tsunderes. Woke up at 17 a.m. What does that even mean? Isn't that just 5 p.m.? A pH meter. Love to... Well, then that's a Blackpink song. Oh, we got 6 players in the lobby. But yeah, guys, so today we have Darkside versus Wonders, which for some reason Darkside is actually the higher seeded team. I honestly think... Is it bad to say that I think some weird stuff happened in the qualifiers and maybe you had Darkside and Sauls and maybe even Onimaru Vanguard get through when maybe some of the better teams are in Division 2? Yep. It was basically fall. Less than the sum of their parts? Well, I mean, like, they did well in the qualifiers. Americans call them military time. Dirt League? Is that the one we're playing in? Because that one is apparently unaffiliated with the main event. Which is a point of very important distinction for someone like Nerfox. Really passionate about being indifferent? Even better. Alright, guys, Croissant is going to be map number 1. Therefore important to you? Yeah. "40 seconds, and we'll be getting in here. Only 20 minutes past the scheduled start time. Yeah, I just don't know why, I don't know, they would care so much. It's not like T90 makes a big deal about, you know, his, the TTL, community league or whatever, that being not really run by him, but run by other people. It's not like, oh, we must always separate. T90 is a big fan of separate but equal, and you can quote me on that. Kappa! Alright, guys, let me set this up. Why is Division 3 this way? I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't really get bothered by these sorts of things. Like people doing that with my, I don't know. Anyway, guys, I was gonna start introducing people. Sebastian, not sure why I'm on 600 ping. That's a fair question. It is hard to play AoE 2 at 600 ping. They're on West US. I mean, that's not going to be a good server for Sebastian, but it shouldn't be really much different than Lucho or Nikov. It's fine, you're pro, Nikov carry you. Play some quality AO2? Yeah. See, the difference is that I just don't respect anybody, especially myself. Anyway, here we are, guys. It is going to be Wonders versus Darkside. Darkside are going to really want to get some points on the board here. They have not won a series so far. They're 1-7. So, yeah, this is going to be an important pickup for them. Wonders themselves, they beat Sols 4-0, although it was a very close 4-0, as that is possible, which it is. And then they had a draw with Nocturna. Lucho seems to be having issues, though. Yeah. Well, I tried. Guys, you can't say I didn't try. Hello, Mayor Teen, and welcome, everybody. Hope you're all having a lovely Wednesday. Oh yeah, Folder asked me if Monday was fine for the set. I think so, yeah. It's Thursday? Ah. There we go. But I don't have a set to play until tomorrow for the Community League for the divisions, or for the league. Community Division for the league, there we go. So, it's all the same to me. It means I'm not liable to have to do something useful. I don't have to carry Folder's butt yet. I will stream it, by the way. It should be amusing, I'm sure. Who are we up against first, actually? But we played several games together, actually. $17 GMT. We can probably play some games before then, depending on if Bucket's around. Who do we play first, though? Ah, here we are. Dark Knights. All right. Who are they? I'm going to click on the info hub. All right, Dark Knights. Okay, they are higher rated than us. 2K, 1674. Yeah. All right, that is indeed the music of the game launching again. So a minute 43, and we will be getting back here into game number 1, hopefully. Bonus 1,000 elo? You mean minus 1,000 elo? If you're wondering, what is he staring at? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess it's the door, but he's a strange creature. Nobody's quite sure how his mind operates. Dash. Dash. What you doing, Dash? Oh, now we're tired. It's been a busy morning, barking at me. I can train the carry? Oh, no. Oh, no. Leave me alone, give me... No, Dash does not like to be left alone. Dash insists upon himself. Oh, now he wants out. All right. So here's a classic Dash move. He scratches to at my door, so I open it, and then I open it to let him out, and then he just sits in the doorway because he doesn't actually want to leave. He just wants to be able to monitor both me and my family. Anyway, here we are, guys. Game number 1, Darkside versus Wonders. The league has been a lot of fun so far, and let's see how this match is going to unfold. Definitely the underdogs. They need to get some points on the board. We'll have Sysgon here in the blue as the Vikings to the north on the water flank. Dr. Agenstar, PhD, as the green Huns in the pocket, deleting the house as a sign of Hunnic dominance. And on the south flank, with the land connection, it will be Stone Please as the Koreans. Their counterparts will be Wonders. Like I mentioned earlier, they had a draw with Nocturna, which was perhaps a little bit of an upset, but then they went on and swept Sauls. So really, these guys haven't faced the top level competition yet. I know a lot of people have high expectations for them because they are such good players. But do they have that experience playing together is the question. This land, yeah, this is not traversable by ships. This obviously is. So, ACCM will be here in the purple as the Japanese on the south flank. Nikov will be the yellow Berbers in the pocket. And Lucho, the red Malay on the north flank. So, present time, already a back dock here from Lucho and a forward dock from Sysgon. This already says a lot. Sysgon wants to go aggressive. Lucho doesn't. Land-chan, Land from Freeren. Are you a Land Ubel shipper? I bet you are, Nerfox. So already we can see the point of all this. Nikov with the back dock. So if you back dock as well as Lucho, you're going to be very, very well situated to actually protect your ally as they go for a big fish boom. Nikov himself could be thinking about a castle age or fast castle. Back dock here for Dragonstar as well. Note that it isn't in the corner. So Nikov's is, a little bit of a further distance to walk, although he does have the Berber villager, but he's going to have access to more fish nearby. Boulder chagrin. Well, I mean, that is pretty funny. Dragonstar, is this going to be for dock number 2? Looks like it. Meanwhile, to the south, they should have docks here on the side, and indeed we do. And as we do have our first player up to the feudal age here with the 2 land-based flanks. Are perfectly fine with me? Oh, okay, that's fair. I am too. So, Koreans versus Japanese. Obviously, a very historically relevant matchup at the end of the AAV2 timeline. It's actually a very irrelevant matchup for most of the AAV2 timeline. Early game, we have to favor Japanese a little bit. They have a superior men-at-arm rush, and that's what both of these players are doing. The wood savings are more front-loaded than with Koreans, so you can get the fishing ships out a little bit easier. The fishing ships are a bit tankier. That said, the longer the game goes on, the better it's going to be for Koreans. Both these civs have very good defenses in general. Koreans have the great fortifications and cheap ranged units. Japanese have the good monks and towers, and of course, strong halibs as well. So it's a little bit different, but both are good defensive civs. Note, though, that both civs are going to be very tough to push against. Towers especially going to make that a nightmare, as these are 2 of the primo tower civs. And yes, Koreans do have fire lancers, although maybe not into Japanese swordsmen. Huns Berbers, like, on paper it's an awful matchup for the Huns. But we're going to have to see how exactly they want to go about this, because if it's a scouts opening, which it is not, then I would say Huns are going to be better than Berbers, as they're just a faster civ early on. You can fish boom and make scouts a bit more easily. But honestly, Nikov's build seems very good here. He's 2 villagers ahead of his counterpart already. And as the game goes on, Huns could have a tough time dealing with the Berber counter units. Scout just being a bit of a nuisance there. Men-at-arms are wandering across the map. Men-at-arms are wandering across the map. So lastly, real quick, Vikings and Malay. Both are obviously very strong water civs. I mean, you could argue Vikings are maybe a shade better in terms of pure military pressure, but, I mean, they're both good. Counter units in team games, I believe very firmly that camel archers are the exception, or one of the exceptions. You get a big blob of camel archers, and then the Japanese player just shifts halbs, and then it's real rough. But yes, I do see what you mean. Anyway, arson coming in, the pirate upgrade. Thankfully, repairing is pretty darn insane in AoE 2, and 1 archer will shoo away these units for now. Nominal counter utility? Alright, that's fair. That said, mid-game, the archer numbers are likely going to be relatively low here, as players are going to be fighting for both land and water, so there is at least the potential to go for a lot of camels, especially if you have a good food eco. To counter a main team game unit? Yep. Now, as Influenza told us all those years ago, halbs are OP. Side? Actually, I thought it was always the lower player number that was the land flank. So I thought it would be red versus blue here and cyan versus purple in the north. But the civs seem lined up in a way that it makes sense if it's Vikings Malay here and then Japanese Koreans here, so... No idea. Oh, they made it in! They're in there like dinner! Scout and men-at-arm going down, but they are getting a lot of damage done here to the pocket. Nikov's Scout gonna be a bit annoying as well. Stable Blacksmith coming in. 11 to 16 fishing ships, though, so Nikov is really off to the races. That said, on the side here, Siscon seems to be doing quite well with his navy. Numbers are pretty comparable. Siscon, though, has a few more fishing ships, which is nifty. And it is a mixture of fires and hulks versus galleys and hulks, which could favor the galleys over time. No forging upgrade in yet for the hulks. Why is there a corgi scratching at my door to come in now? Imp Skirm can, there are there any whales in the corner. Another insightful comment from McNeely. Door scratch permissions. He actually doesn't, but he does it anyway, and there's no real way for us to stop him. Anyway, oh my goodness, here on the other side. Oh my goodness, look at this. Stone, please, finding a way to get some damage done for sure. No loom, that's why. Say it with me, everybody. Research and loom makes your villagers harder to kill. So, although Dragonstar did take some damage, a lot of idle time and a lost villager, Lucho lost 6 villagers, so it's all about proportional damage. And right now, this has been absolutely brutal by Stone, please. Galley's still doing some work over here, and suddenly, despite Wonders having the better start to this game, Darkside coming on back. And that is all coordination right there, and I think that's where we have to wonder, shall we say, if Wonders are less than the sum of their parts. Because although Nikov and Lucho are both Argentinian, they're from different eras, so it's not... I don't think they quite have that sort of built-in connection and communication that comes from years of playing together. As all that's finally cleaned up by ACCM. And of course, ACCM doesn't really play with these guys that much either, so although all of these players are extremely good, I'm not too sure if they're better than the sum of their parts. Whereas Syscon, Dragonstar, and Stoneplease also seem like random players, but they do play together a lot now. Like, they haven't been playing together for, you know, a super long time, but they are all teammates, and they do play together quite a bit. Fighting the dark side, I mean, ACCM is such one with the toxicity that he's the only one who knows how to destroy it from the inside. The generational struggle, it's true! Like, we'd expect Nikov to be teamed up with, like, FedEx and Gary and those guys. You know, the old school Argentinian players. Anyway, right now, Darkside, brilliant stuff here. Stoneplease able to sneak around. Syscon doing work. Yes, Dragonstar took some damage early on, but he has rebounded. He's back on 50 villagers. He's got his night production going, so he is doing what he needs to do. FedEx and Nikov have played... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like they used to play together a ton. All right, Knights are here, though, from Nikov. There are some archers here to help defend, but obviously Feudal Age units versus Castle Age units, not the best combo. Knight's going to try and find some value, but the TCs are very close together for Dragonstar. Very little eco is actually exposed. Red's going to try and add TCs to catch back up, but that means he's got no army right now. Some longboats are coming in, and that's what's going to be the problem, is that Nikov needs to invest into ships so that his fishing ships don't die, which he absolutely needs to do, whereas Green doesn't. Dragonstar just gets to keep making knights and fishing ships. That is living the life. Stoneplease is here with a tower, and of course, like I said, Korean's going to be a really tough civ to push against. And it looks like those knights are even going to go down. Of course, the walls here from ACCM at the front are going to help prevent a counterattack for now, but it's really easy to just flip over with a transport ship, and already one is out for Stoneplease. Syscon going to continue pressuring here from the water. He is adding in an extra TC. You can see that even though he's much later in adding the TCs than Red, he's still 7 vills ahead, so it's not like this is really an issue. And yeah, the corner fish are going to start to become depleted very, very shortly. And here we go, we got a transport ship on the north side as well. Those archers are Chunbi, which is Korean for ready, except it's never really said like that. Like, Chumni Woyo. The epic Knight versus Hulk fight, peak Age of Empires. You see there at the back, but here come the crossbowmen. Of course, the transport ship also able to ferry the knights right over. There are some defensive archers out here for ACCM, but it's 24-7, so over 3 times the numbers. ACCM trying to be annoying here on the side, but Stoneplease is keeping pace and is still able to mirror the movements of those hulks. And this is looking really scary for Wonders. They are very far behind in military numbers. And yeah, you bet. Fire ships here, longboats, war galleys, the whole crew. And this is going to be really tough for Nikov to defend. As again, Nikov is in a stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to defend on the land with knights and also trying to defend on the water. He wants to go for a counterattack. It's why he built those transport ships. But he's he's forced to bite off more than he can chew, which is always an unfortunate situation. Trying to defend as best he can, though. He's got bloodlines and +2 defense. These knights, though, also have husbandry and forging on top of all those upgrades. Nothing too crazy there. We got ballistics going to be coming in for Cyan. It is not in for purple, although the third TC is coming in for ACCM. He's at least matching villagers with stone, please, so that's going to be something. This is going to start to become really tough, though, for Nikov. Again, it's like, he's literally getting tripled right now. 2 land armies and 1 naval army, which is called a navy, in case you're wondering. Mangonel's coming in, and Nikov is doing what he can. He is on 80 villagers. He's not too far behind Dragonstar in that regard. Not yet, anyway, but you just feel like the dam is going to break sooner rather than later. Lucho going to grab a university. Maybe he's going to try and rush up to Imperial Age or get Guard Tower or something. And honestly, I wouldn't hate just seeing the knights run around and go for the raid here onto the base of Lucho. Is the Navy? I know. Groundbreaking analysis. Doesn't get AOKTP too much. Inconsistent compared to Syscon. Well, Stoneplease is definitely a newer player than Syscon in that. I mean, Stoneplease has been around for quite a while, but he's sort of a newer, high-level player, and he probably just doesn't have the team game experience of others. Anyway, the Kobukson have arrived. And right now, things are looking exceptionally grim here for Team Wonders. Got some knights and some camels. Good quick walls from Nikov. I feel like Nikov is playing about as well as you could possibly ask for, given these terrible circumstances, but I just don't think it's likely enough. I mean, that's some really good trapping right there. But every minute that passes, this blob of ships from Syscon is getting further and further down. Darksider practicing with TXT and Wolfboy? No, not enough walls. ACCM trying to come in here as well, and to be fair, the knights are all getting cleaned up, and there is a not inconceivable chance that they mop up these units, which will eventually happen. Stoneplease did try and split up his archers a little bit to get more damage done, but Red's on his way up to Imp. The longboats are here to help out a little bit, but because their attack has changed, they're really bad against knights. Wait, what's the 6 TC nonsense? Nobody's on 6 TCs. Dragonstar's on 5, plus fish, which is obviously wild, but I mean, he's just booming. All right, Mangonel coming in here from the side. Longboats. I haven't really tested it a ton, but in theory, longboats should be better against low Pierce Armor units, except they're kind of not because they have really bad accuracy in the Castle Age. What got changed? So longboats no longer have one arrow that does almost all the damage, and then the rest just do a cosmetic 1 damage. They have it split so it's like organ guns, where all of the arrows deal the 5 damage. No, Thumb Ring does not affect any ship. Navy? Yes. That has all been kept the same. And generally speaking, a land unit will have the same bonus damage it has versus camels versus ships. Again, it's a legacy from when camels were classified as ships, but the devs just kept those bonus damage values in the game even when they separated the armor classes. That's not always the case, but it's a decent rule of thumb to follow. Isn't that a bit strong in mass? Their base attack was lowered. So now they're, like, negatively impacted by armor quite a bit. And look at this, they're Dunkirking it. Oh, cute move there. Now that's some teamwork. Get the transport out. Allow those crossbowmen to escape. Now it's going to take a while to bring them all the way back around, but better alive than dead. Knights running in here from the good doctor. He is in the Imperial Age. Nikov's obviously stuck in Castle Age. Red's an imp. He's going to try and retake water, but that's still a really tall order here, as there's already such a ship deficit that you have to overcome. Oh, and who said the tower play? I did. I mean, ACCM can try and use that to stall as best he can, but it's still, again, such a big ask. Looks like they were able to blow up one of the walls. Chevalier will be here shortly. I mean, ACCM, his job is going to be to stall, but... Ugh. Trying to grab careening. Looks like Stoneplease is also going to start to invest a little bit more in Navy. He's on 9 turtle ships, actually, and turtle ships are pretty darn silly. Elite Longboat now coming in. Now, Longboat versus Galleon is still the classic case of Longboats are more pop efficient, but Galleons are cost efficient, so it's not like it's a super one-sided fight or anything, and that's a good start to this engagement here for Lucho. Tower here as well, and now the Corgi freaking walks out again! All right, towers coming in here from Red. Coastal defenses are pretty strong for the Malay, obviously. Bugs Vigar coming in. Turtle ships doing their turtle shippy thing. Shipwright as well. But, oh, this is tough. Well, ACCM's trying to deny it right there. But now the Cavalier are charging through. Nikov is trying to go for some camels to stop this, but Paladin's 58 seconds away from completion. Lucho's trying, man. He is really trying to get himself back on water. The longboat numbers are very high, but they're not really in a position to do a whole lot. He's got a bunch over here not doing anything. ACCM's an imp. Nikov's almost imp. Is it conceivable that they hold this? Right now, that's a lot of Cavalier just attacking stables. Oh, but the archers are back. 23 eco kills for those guys. Cavalier going to run in here. Paladin make those guys. And now the wheels on the bus might be coming off. Castle being built over there. Elite longboat is in. They're not fully upgraded yet. You're still missing some of the Pierce armor and speed upgrades. But yeah, it's over. The Paladins show up. Not a whole lot you can do. And GG called. Decent attempt from Wonders. Their early game was quite solid, but it really came down to the fact that the men-at-arms found their way over here and got 6 villager kills on Lucho, which led to him losing water super hard to Nikov, to Siskon, which then led Nikov to have to fight on both water and land and kind of lose at both, which allowed Dragonstar to get a huge eco, which has made everything unravel. Really was a chain reaction right there of a game. Stoneplease with an excellent KD, and of course, great coordination and teamwork there from Team Darkside. And they're getting a much-needed win. That's only their 2nd win of the tournament. So if they could even, I think, fight to a draw here against Wonders, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever for them. And obviously, a win would be awesome. Is Vikings and Koreans and Hun. So a couple high draft picks. Japanese, Malay, same deal. Berbers, also fairly high. And hello, Lodge. Big if true. Again, it's hard-hitting analysis on this stream that you just can't get anywhere else. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable guess. Or at least I tried to point out all the stuff to look out for. Their pick enemy archipelago because 6 Tiger Cav. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Tiger Cav are extremely fun and balanced. Byzantines won't become Varangians, but in some of the campaigns, they might get some of the Varangian units. I think it's honestly, they made it very confusing that they named the Civ Varangians. Like, I would just say, call them Swedes, and then also have them draw inspiration from the Vikings that would become the Rus as well, or the Varangian Guards and all that stuff. So the way that they described it is that they are actually a Civ, as in basically the Eastern Vikings, or at least, as close to it as we get with a new Civ these days. But it's just the naming convention is very strange for it. Saxons, I think, are perfectly fine. It's not a Civ I would have added to the game, but I don't find it like... It's not like, oh, there's literally no possible overlap. Danes, I think, would probably be more interesting if it was more like Hanseatic League focused, but the DLC's about the Vikings, so I feel like the devs are oftentimes just kind of pigeonholed into how they design civs because of like the very narrow, I guess, settings they choose. Also represent the Rus, the early Rus, yeah, definitely. Really? I mean, Saxons are a good Dark Age civilization. Having civilizations who peaked in the early parts of the AoE2 timeframe versus civs that peaked in the later part of the AoE2 timeframe is, I think, perfectly fine. Limits design options, yeah. In Vartigern, yep. Pigeons? Well, they have that in Age of Mythology, right? Isn't like Carrier Pigeons or something is the town patrol upgrade? The Danes fit? But they're the Viking Danes. They're not the medieval Danes. Again, I feel like the issue with Varangians is mostly the naming convention as opposed to what actually they represent. What's the difference? The Viking Danes are already, I think, very effectively covered by the Vikings. I don't think we need multiple Viking-y civs. Especially from, like, that rated west. Because if you watch my video on, like, the civ swaps that could happen, Danes would actually be the least included new civ. There are plenty of instances where you could switch up with Saxons and Varangians, but it's actually Danes that are like, well, this is already covered by Vikings. Spent 4 hours trying to get achievements in Ragnar? Congratulations. Alright, looks like Fortified Clearing is next. Whoops, forgot to do that. We have both Fortified Clearing and Black Forest, which are going to have a fair bit of overlap. Poles and Gurjaras are both good pocket civs for Fortified Clearing that are bad for Black Forest, so we might see them here. Representing Norwegians. I think, get ready to raise your pitchforks and torches. I don't think that in the Viking Age, there was really any difference at all between Denmark and Norway in terms of structure or what you could use to represent a civilization. Isn't that how they did civs in the early 90s? Yes, but that's not how they do civs anymore. Good enough? Yeah, that'll work. Maybe we'll see like a Celt flank for Fortified Clearing and just go for the Huangish stuff. But yeah, we're kind of past the point when we have, like, different eras of inspiration for a single civ. It's more like a civ represents a single era in a larger history. Because we have so many civs now. They're kind of an exception because they just represented completely unlooked at areas of AoE 2. As far as a designer AoE 2 go, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, in terms of depicting them in a video game, get like a decade each, yeah, basically. I'm just curious as to how you make them all interesting. Like, shouldn't they all be infantry and naval civs? The 5th Western Architecture civ? Well, yeah, but we have architecture sets that are way more represented than that. Should we get more Muslim civs? I mean, it's not like, oh, we should have Muslim civs or not Muslim civs. It's just, should we have more civilizations from that part of the world? And I think it depends on how you do it. Like AOM? Possibly. Well, we're going to have the Jarls for the Varangians, right? Like, those are literally already in the games. Saracen split, unless you're adding Moors, I don't think that you can split Saracens. I think it's too loaded an issue. Nope, Moors actually work just fine in AoE 2. You ever play El Cid? That's the Moors. Yeah, the Moors realistically are basically like the 8th century through the 15th century. Or the early Anglo-Saxons? I think both. The Moops. Who doesn't love the Moops? In the Saracen area? I think it's... You start getting really icky really quick. Moors fought the Goths, sort of. Well, the Berbers fought the Goths. I mean, that is the Tariq campaign. You fight the Goths plenty. Regional stuff? Yeah, I have no idea. I think that the Indian split was like the easiest, most straightforward split because you could just cover more area and yeah, I feel like that's just not too problematic. I mean, I think that the designs have had issues of the Civ specifically. Are Iberian Berbers in North Africa? Exactly. I mean, the Moors created their own pretty distinct culture that was a blend of Middle Eastern, North African, and Iberian, influences with a distinct Islamic flair. The Mediterraneans? We have plenty of Mediterranean representation. Only regular units? I feel like the regional units have been kind of problematic recently. Well, I don't know. The Sicilian Moors were a thing? To a degree, yes. Made filling for pierogi? Well, what kind of filling is it? Okay, I mean, like, I'm thinking Chompies started out problematic, but I feel like Chompies are largely fine right now. I think they could use a little bit more of an early game rework, but I think Castle Age and Imperial Age Chompies are perfectly fine. Slingers, I think, again, they needed a little bit of a work here and there, but I think they're largely fine right now. Settlements, again, I think they're fine. So, the most recent DLC's regional units, I don't think are that big of a deal. I still think we have to look back to 3K. Creating some of the most problematic stuff. Fire Lancers are a big issue. I think rocket carts still don't feel that great. But yeah, Fire Lancers, Traction Trebs, definitely big issues. Heroes, obviously. Oh, this is different. All right, so, yeah, let's talk about this. This is literally the first time we've seen fortified clearing, and by we, I mean me, in this tournament. So, Dark Side, a little bit of an upset, winning the first game, perhaps giving us an exciting series, which I would be a big fan of. Dragonstar, going to be in the green as the Gurjaras in the pocket. And Stone Please will be the Cyan Vietnamese on the south flank. Their opponents will have Lucho in the red as the Wei on the flank. ACCM as the yellow Lithuanians in the pocket. And Nikov as the purple shoe on the north flank. So they're switching it up a little bit. They're throwing ACCM in the pocket and Nikov on the flank. My concern for this particular lineup is that Pocket in 3v3 is a super communication-heavy role. Like, you really have to communicate effectively, as, you know, the Pocket has to split duties between the two flanks. And I feel like the language barrier might be a bit of an issue. But we'll have to see. But yeah, this version of Fortified Clearing is a bit strange because... one, there's a big forest in the middle, which there usually isn't. The relic numbers seem to be a lot lower as well. Yeah, 8 relics is just normal for a 3v3 here. Okay. And you have the palisade walls at the back, which I really like. I really dislike Fortified Clearing that has no walls in the back at all. Yeah, I would much rather have this than what we have in Ranked. I hate having to, like, go out and wall early on just to get you lamed by the enemy scout. Ugh. Yeah, nullified clearing was the worst, with the rocky terrain around the edge. Fluent Spanish? I mean, ACCM is a man of many talents. The forest in the middle is a little strange, though, but I guess they didn't want it completely just open, flat emptiness. But I do think it's, an important distinction is that it's going to be very difficult to actually wall to the edge. I mean, like, it will likely happen, but it's going to be a slow process. Whereas that's not really the case in most 1v1 versions of this map. So interesting stuff, though, and I'm certainly, like, intrigued by this map. Anyway, Civ matchup, Spanish versus Shu. Kind of interesting because we see the palisade walls and we think, okay, tower rush is totally possible. Tower rushing on this map, though, is kind of weird, because, like, you'll tower rush the back here, and then the Vils will just move out the front, and then you're like, oh. Awkward. The wall, yeah, that's what I was talking about, McKinney. Yeah, I saw that. I have no idea why. Like, who cares that much? Arena meet Atacama? Something like that. I kind of miss Atacama. I feel like it was a map that was underappreciated. Don't miss Atacama? Demands and feedback chat? I guess. I mean, there are some pros who, I think were very, I guess, interested in the idea of only having quick start on ladder. But I still feel like the majority of players realize that that's just not how most people interact with Age of Empires. Anyway, as I was saying, Nikov's actually just going to be going archers. So he was certainly worried about a tower rush. Siscon, though, is going FC, and a very quick FC at that. So he's going to be going for conks very quickly. We'll have to see if those archers can really do a whole lot to prevent the castle. If this was like 27 pop, like I would do, then yeah, it could certainly find some damage, but this might just be too fast. This is a very hideout-esque play. I also think hideout's a really underrated map. I think it's super fun in both 1v1 and team game. Vietnamese versus Wei. I don't really get the Wei flank. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It feels like you'd rather just play Wei on one of the other maps. Like, maybe you could play them pocket, but... I feel like Vietnamese make a lot more sense. They also have a good eco. They can slow push a lot more effectively and are much happier in these more campy scenarios. I mean, I guess Wei can camp with traction trebs, but again, they're just kind of better civs at this sort of thing. Like, Shu just feel like a strictly superior version of Wei on this particular setting. And then pocket combo, I like your Jara pocket on these sorts of maps a lot. You know that the Cav players are going to be trying to spread out all over the map. Your camels are going to be a very effective tool against them. And although Lithuanians themselves are also very good, and I certainly have no issues with the Lithuanians pick from ACCM, there aren't that many relics, at least compared to... Like, there are literally fewer relics on this than regular 1v1 fortified clearing. So, it's not really going to be any easier than usual to get all 4 relics. That said, with 8 relics on the map, the chances of you getting half of them is not that bad. Yeah, maybe it's a hot take, but I really don't like Mega Random. I feel like it's just sort of a crapshoot in terms of, is the map even interesting? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't like playing it either. Doesn't get 2 maps. Like, I much prefer Nomad. Anyway, castle coming in. Like I said, this was very fast build. Very good for Syscon. It feels like Nikov was kind of anticipating a tower rush, but that's just not what happened. So this is going to be Syscon getting to conks, no problem whatsoever. The eco will be good for Nikov, for sure, but he's going to need to find a way to defend effectively. Anyway, oh, Dr. Agenstar, look at this. Okay, so it's going to be for the Elephant Rush. Okay, well, I mean, it is. You still have the stable and the Cav units coming up, but no, it's very, very aggressive here from Dr. Agenstar. Gonna need to get some Shrivamshas here at home to help deal with the archers, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Shrivamshas don't feel that great these days, though, I gotta say. They feel kind of weak. Why is Nikov just went for a build that was very similar to just a fast feudal archer rush. That's what I was saying, like, it would be very good if the Spanish player was trushing, but the Spanish player went for a defensive FC, so Nikov tried to tower to punish that, but it was just too fast, and now Nikov is just kind of stuck. Pierce armor, I feel like that would be a... Well, the thing is, they wanted to make it their super fast, light armored cavalry, and high pierce armor doesn't make a lot of sense for that, because they're specifically not armored, but they're, like, nimble and stuff. I just think that the execution wasn't very good. It's just such an unfun unit. Anyway, ACCM is going to be adding in a second TC. His eco should be better over time, and we got the forward 2 Scorpions and an Armored Elephant here. Got Wheelbarrow coming in now for Stone Please as Vietnamese. He should be up, well, still in a little while. Third TC coming in now from Yellow. Honks are roaming across the middle of the map. They're going to do very well against these light cav. ACCM's going to try and pick up those all-important Lithuanian relics. And that monk sure isn't happening at the moment. Now, that monk is going to get sniped, but the thing is, the light cav are still taking massive damage here in the process. Different Vietnamese player? Yeah, it's just me being racist, what can I say? Alright, Stonewall's coming up here on the side for Stone, please. Gonna start to bash down this tower, too. Lucha going for some John Bay the Raider. I don't know, guys. I just don't like this approach from Wonders. I feel like Darkside have a much more cohesive game plan. This feels like Nikov and Lucho are just kind of doing their own thing, and then ACCM is just trying to play light cav and split time between his two allies, whereas this feels like a lot of pressure options are available depending on the setup, right? You go for the tower rush on this side, the conk play on this side. It would be very easy to just switch the focus over to Nikov if that's how the game developed, if Nikov himself didn't go for feudal age aggression. It's very easy for the conks to run over here. Dragonstar could have, gone for his forward siege in either location, so that's fine. Like I said, I just feel like this is a good approach from Darkside. That said, the extra arrows do help a lot versus the Protoss shields of the Shravamsha Riders, so those guys are going to go down pretty fast. But now we have the Armored Elephants in, and this is going to be tough. And the crossbowmen are trying to come over here, but like I said, it's just really hard to set that up effectively. The conks are here to help out. Even some random archers are here to join the fray. And Gurjara Armored Elephants are not a messing around kind of unit. Uh-oh. Nikov's like, hey guys, I'm here. My archers are here. The archers have arrived. There are 3 scorpions to help out, though. It's still a lot of archers, don't get me wrong, but obviously, poor Lucho's having a real bad go of things. Vils are getting wrecked all over the place. The men-at-arms are still actually helping out versus these stray towers. There is a mangonel here, and with some good micro from Nikov, you're doing what you can, but I still think that, again, we're looking at a team that feels like the less than the sum of their parts at the moment, whereas Darkside is the opposite. Oh. Like, all 3 players for Wonders are better than all 3 players for Darkside, like, in terms of 1v1 skill, in my opinion. Not that it's like a massive gap, but it is still a notable gap. And yet, Darkside just feels so much more cohesive in what they're doing. Honestly, a little bit sloppy there from Dragonstar. Not that I like to throw around the S word like that, but yeah. The Gurjara Monk voice line is literally the best in AoE too. Look at poor Lucho right now, man. That's all the Vils. He's got 25 Vils right there, so in theory, he's got 5 Vils somewhere else. No idea where exactly. This area's all walled up. Now, if you compare the 2 archer players, Nikov is ahead, right? He's on 54 Vils. He's getting his own 3rd TC down a little bit faster. But it's just the amount of damage that Stoneplease was able to open up here for his allies. It's actually very reminiscent of the last game. Conks here is still finding value from Siscon. He's not all in either. Love adding the extra TCs even after the Conks. Double Castle Conks even. Ooh. Ooh. And now what you just do is you just turn the wrecking ball in a different direction, right? Red has been heavily, heavily hampered. And it's not like ACCM is out of the woods right now. This is still a huge army that's going to be barreling down on him. But again, it's not all in, right? You're still getting those extra TCs down as all of the players here from Darkside. Wonders still do have the nominal Vil advantage, but because Red is basically worthless right now, in terms of what he can support, Lucho is a perfectly fine human being. But, he just can't really contribute. It's basically a 3v2. Relics, 2. And I just love those Gurjara armored elephants and their ability to push. Archers coming in here at the back from Nikov. It's a really important matchup, the Nikov Stonefleece one, because it's rare you can get an advantage as Wonders. Nikov just has more archers. Ooh, Ellie's got sniped. Okay, nicely done there. This elephant is coming in the wrong direction. Honestly, guys, Dragonstar needs to be much more careful with his elephants. And now, this is what you're looking for as Wonders, as the bleeding is starting to stop. Another TC here for blue, but the army numbers are a lot more comparable. Of course, I love that poor Lucho is getting, kicked while he's down, essentially, by Stonefleece. He's just walking archers through his opponent's base. The disrespect. But now ACCM is here. He's got a decent number of knights with solid upgrades. And Wonders are fighting right back. ACCM's going to be on 5 TCs. He's on 92 Vils. The macro is sick, of course, as one would expect from him. Nikov, not that bad either, on 76 Vils. Now, both are very far away from the Imperial Age, so it's still not going to be, great timing potential in the immediate future. But Wonders ain't dead yet. That's what we like to see. Camel numbers will slowly climb for Dragonstar. 4th TC for him, but his eco is so much worse because he went for the heavy aggression, so his upgrades are just not going to be where they need to be for a while. Kongs are fully upgraded as far as they can get here in Castle Age, but Nikov's got so many archers right now that probably isn't too much of an issue. Bill counts dead even, and now Wonders actually have the military lead. Dragonstar. Research and Loom. The issue is still Lucho is a very long ways from getting back into this game. And because this whole area is stonewalled, the counterattack ability is pretty limited for Red. But still, that's a lot of Knight Crossbowmen, and right now, big retreat has to come in here from Darkside. Again, this is just the raw muscle of ACCM and Nikov. Huge armies for these guys, and they are not poorly upgraded either. Got Thumb Ring in for those archers as well. I'm going to try and evacuate the relic. You just don't want to give them to Lithuanians, but it's really tough to stop Lithuanians from getting 4 relics in a team game like this. And is it going to be enough, guys? The first castle's coming in. The latest production could start soon. We got our 10+4 knights at the moment. And there it is, Imp for our shoe player. This is going to be tough. Spanish can't really stop a bunch of traction trebs from going after those castles. I mean, it's going to take forever to destroy them, but, still. Sharbs? Is that what the shoe arbs are? Meanwhile, Imp is on the way here for Cyan. 20 Vils behind Nikov, though. And yes, Vietnamese will largely do well versus the Shu in late game, but the timing advantage is very real here for Nikov, and these numbers are just nothing to sneer at. 45 wall, that's one way you could always stall the game. Stonewall's up here to the north as well. They know they, on Darkside, need to hold the line. Green also up. Blue is going to be the last one to Imperial Age, but again, you're Spanish, you've got a big blob of Conquistadors. This is a very good fight. Attack wherever the archers aren't. You need to do whatever you can to try and keep those military numbers at least a little bit more manageable. Archers, I think, are on a hill, though. Kind of hard to tell, but pretty sure they are. Age of micro-nerding. Camels, they just don't have the numbers, and they don't have the upgrades. Even more units into Magnell, and this might be Siskon getting completely outmaneuvered. Archers coming in from 3 directions. The Knights in hot pursuit. Conks are slippery, though. And the conch numbers, although being reduced, are still trading, still killing the knights. Honestly, the knights probably should just run back at this point. Oh, jeez, now he's running into more castles. The latest production is continuing. Imp is also on the way for ACCM, by the way. He's on 140 villagers. Meanwhile, that is a bear. Those conchs are still super stuck. They've gotten good value, but remember, that blue's still not up to the Imperial Age, so it's still a tough situation. Got Trios coming in. Yeah, I want a lot of camels right now if you are Stone, please. Or, Dragon Star. Still a very tough ask. All the conchs will finally fall. Have those conchs spot time, though. I mean, that's obviously what Syscon needed to do. Imp is in, and the issue right now for Nikov is that Traction Trebs are, like, the worst at pushing. It's a unit that's designed for stalemates. You can't really push with them, and you can't push against them. What a fun unit. Because, let's see, Syscon, he did build this other castle. It prevents the archers from running this way, which buys more time for Dragonstar, but you don't really have much stone right now, and that's going to be a real issue when it comes to keeping the castle alive for very long. And now the castle's coming forward here from purple, and red's on 73 vills. It's still going to be a little while before Lucho's doing anything especially exciting, but it's not forever. That said, those arbs deny this castle. Well, also, bombard cannons do much more damage versus buildings than traction trebs do. They fire almost twice as fast and get only a little bit less bonus damage. That said, Nikov had his Ornlu patented triple siege workshops, and that's at least going to be the fastest way to get those traction treb numbers up. Blue's still a little ways off from Imperial Age. Meanwhile, got some elite Lechai coming in over here. Uh-oh. That castle isn't happening for Stone, please, meanwhile, so both teams going to have a bit of a doubt castle situation. Got camels running in now, and they are heavy camels, but of course the Lechai can punch through the armor you get from Frontier Guard, so not the best unit there. And right now, Wonders are continuing to pressure. They have a 70 villager lead in total, but it's so heavily slanted towards specifically ACCM and Nikov. Copbread? Oh, it absolutely is. You've been illegally pirating me. Will this castle actually be saved? I don't think it can. 66, it is uphill. Oh, wait, vills are here. Ah, nice save there. Heavy camels are showing up. We have 8 traction trebs right now. We got Bolt Magazine on the way. That's going to be very helpful versus those arbs from Vietnamese. The counterweight trebs? It's because they are counterweight trebs. That's a lot of arbs here from Nikov. He's max pop. ACCM is almost max pop, but he's a little overboomed. And now, in this very interesting game number 2, we have the traction trebs, which are going to be, pretty easily able to destroy this castle. And yet, it still feels like you're kind of getting there. Syscon did get in. He's actually going to go Cav Archers, interestingly. Honestly, not the worst unit ever here. You don't want to go Paladins into late Chai. That's not good. You can't really go conchs with all of the arbs running around. So, yeah, I mean, this is probably one of your better options. Bunch of ranges coming here from Lucho, and he is on his way up. Tower shields as well, as there's going to be a bit of a halb switch coming in. You got 3 bombard cannons, and that castle is going to be going down, and that is obviously very relevant when you're going for your unique unit. Camels here to the back, they are fully upgraded. They've got their guards all frontiered up. Oh, but wherever the camels are, the Lechai will start to murder absolutely everything. They are fully upgraded. You got some Cav Archers here, and like I said, it's going to be one of the better units you could ever go for as Spanish in this situation. Those quick balls are very good. Still missing several upgrades, though. Actually, just missing chemistry. You're getting there. And the 1 Pierce Armor of the latest does make them not the best raiders. And right now, guys, Darkside, they're coming back with a vengeance with their army. Halbs are getting eviscerating. Yeah, they're getting eviscerated over there. The Cav Archer saving now. I am significantly less annoyed by blue going Cav Archers in this particular situation than I am with, like, mid-game Castle Age Cav Archers for everyone. Like, this is why Spanish get solid Cav Archers, right, for this exact sort of situation. Anyway, Lucho now going to be the one under a lot of pressure. He's going to try and go for some Xianbei Raiders, but that's a really tough ask. Leichai going to get some decent value here. Need to go for the Bombard cans, but now the camels are showing up. Got 55 arbs and 10 traction trebs as the shoe. It's literally what they do. But right now, green is able to sort of hold the line. Red gonna try and go skirmishers, but that's just so unexciting. Halbs from ACCM are also pretty unexciting. You just want more of your power unit. And now Stonefleece actually has elite rattan archers, and they're obviously gonna do work against the arbs. Another castle here from Nikov. I mean, Nikov and ACCM, I think, are really showing their class as 1v1 players in this game. It's the only reason that this game is competitive, in my opinion. And it's still pretty darn close, don't get me wrong. Dancing is here, though, and even the Shu Arbs are just worse units pound for pound than these almost fully upgraded Cav Archers. And this push here from Nikov is starting to fall by the wayside. He's got 50 more arbs on the way. Bunch of markets here to the north and one market from ACCM. But right now, it's the Eco of Wonders that is starting to fall off once again. A lot of ills have gone down here. It could have easily been deleted, but just not quite where you want to be. Cyan's coming in here. Fully upgraded elite rattan archers. Yeah, we got our thumb ring. That's going to be a really tough unit to stop. As remember, he's getting pushed here, so he absolutely needs to send them to farms, but that's what he's doing, so. Unfortunate situation for Dragonstar, but he's doing what he needs to. One castle was sniped there. Also, just as painful for the Vietnamese player to lose the castles as the Lithuanian player. Not nearly as dead. He's been pretty much as dead as I expected him to be. He's trying to boom his way back into it because he's a good player and he knows that his team needs him in the long run, but it's a big ask. And we have Liu Bei here. Oh, he's going to Liu Bei it up. Market's coming in over here, but the trade is likely... Okay, it's just starting a little bit sooner here for Team Wonders. They're the regular trebuchets. Still have 3 traction trebs here to try and snipe them. And Nikov still has a very big, scary army of Shu units. A Yupa? No, we don't have a Yupa. You know, Dragonstar's got going for Hussars at this point. It seems like he has run out of gold, so maybe the trade transition not as quick as they would have preferred. Big old fortified walls here from ACCM. Another castle for Nikov. This trade is going to get very safe here for our Wonders team. Skirms here from Nikov as well, though. Everybody's running out of gold. Yeah, look at this. Everybody is obliged to make themselves some trash units when they probably don't want to do that. Spanish trade, though, is going to be absolutely insane, though. Another great snipe there from Nikov. A lot of castles from purple. Paper money. Got to get that cash money. Got Cav Archers and Skirmishers here from the Spanish. But just Hussars from Dragonstar are so unexciting. But I mean, it's all he can do at the moment. Dragonstar also still has way too many on wood. I mean, I get you that you're being pushed, but something that you just have to do is get those vills either dead or farming or trading. Yeah, one of the above. But still, this might be enough. And now the rattan archers are coming back in. Siskon needs to imp his skirm? Absolutely, actually. I have no idea why he isn't doing that. This is not the time to forget that you don't that imp skirms aren't a thing. It's just there are 20 Elite Lati, so I guess the trade is going to be good enough, at least in the short run. Just a few camels here. Behind 20 skirms, that's also very possible. Always something they have to keep an eye out for. But no, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, imp skirms are obviously really insane. Honestly, it's a really smart move from Darkside. Just keep on kicking Lucho. Like, I feel bad, right? Like, nobody wants to just be perpetually kicked in the teeth, even when they're dead. But they're doing everything they can to prevent him from getting back online in this game. Game starting to stabilize, though, once again. Lu just now getting Conscription. Obviously, that's one you wanted to get a little sooner if you had the choice. And looks like the camels will be able to take down those trebuchets. More stone walls here from Stoneplease. The scores are flip-flopping back and forth, but we're getting pretty darn close to Lucha becoming relevant in this game again. Rattan Archer numbers are only at 30, and it's just mostly skirmishers here. The trade just isn't quite where it needs to be at the moment. Right screen? Sure. I mean, Dragonstar needs to get back to Camel soon. Winged Hussars here for ACCM. Elite Battle Elephant for the Vietnamese player. Uh-oh, but now Wonders are pushing. They are missing Siege, though. 2 Traction Trebs are going to be very, very slow. And it's absolutely, but they're still investing in trade carts. It's still a bit slower. There's Imp Skirmin, so either Siscon remembered or one of his teammates yelled at him. It's kind of the beauty of team games. And I mean, you get to Rattan Archer plus Elephant Meat Shield. The Hald numbers are basically gone. Red's going to try and go for... No, not Crossbowman. That doesn't make any sense. Just go for more Xianbei Raiders, but it's just not a very good imp unit. And I still think that Wei are the weak link civ here. I think it just does not really make a lot of sense to have Wei on flank on this map. Feels like just the worst of the 6 civs by a decent margin. Anyway, imp skirms are in. Imp skirms, more like in skirms. Castle there to the north as well. And this Spanish trade, of course, is not to be taken lightly. 138 gold per trip versus 108. So another 30 gold per trip. Mikov honestly probably should have gone with more building HP upgrades. Those cards should get a bonus? Yeah, they should. Well, elephants are now trying to defend, but that's not really where they're going to be at their best, and Lucho gets the gate right there, and now the Xianbei Raiders are going to run on in. Getting Howled as well. And Wonders still have a slight advantage. Green is still really lacking in terms of camel numbers. Liu Bei's attack sound? It's Liu Bei's attack sound, I think. The White Feather Guard are not a factor. They would be good. They're a great sort of frontline unit. And Liu Bei does help with the healing. Cavalier now coming in, perhaps thinking that 3 castles are insufficient, which it's kind of a close call. Got all the walls there. But if the camel numbers can start to climb again, and you're seeing those instead of Hussars, that's going to be a lot better. Now we got our 420 Blazed HP elephants as well. I mean, Siscon's been on skirms for a while. They're trying to get the trade going is the thing. Both teams are. Oh, Nikov did make some White Feather Guard. Kind of running around the back here. Paladin for ACCM. But the lack of siege here was a real big issue. Elephants, of course, just absorb so much damage. 162 vills, 163 vills. Honestly, you could argue that Darkside are overboomed at the moment. But the trade numbers are still looking a bit healthier for them. ACCM in particular probably is going to want some more trade. 19 is not enough when you're making cav. I mean, Nikov's still trying to push like crazy here. 104 kills on that Arb mass. Yeah, I mean, we still have units running in here from the good doctor. Oh, those poor trade carts are stuck. Rip. What a sick game, though. I still think Darkside are going to be better off in the long run, though. Arb numbers are starting to fall. Even Liu Bei, no! And the Moomak Hill is ready for battle, and right now the numbers of units are starting to dwindle where they need to be. You have Elite Tiger Cav coming in for red, but it's still not quite where it needs to be. I know. But we could always have more boating games, don't you worry. I also think that with 37 trade cards, Blue needs to start thinking about making a better unit. Elite Conks are still more pop efficient than Cav Archers are. Yeah, but, I mean, it's a tough spot, but I think that the Cav Archer and Skirm play made a ton of sense at the time, but I think now the time has come where you need to start thinking about making better units. Especially with 38 trade cards as Spanish. Anyway, Elephant Archer switch going to be coming in here for green. It's a little tricky because you kind of want both Camel Archers and... Or, not Camel Archers, Heavy Camels and Elephant Archers. You kind of want to add both. But honestly, Dragonstar is super overboomed right now. 170 Vils is absolutely ridiculous for this stage of the game. Mingguang armor coming in. Where is the Army of Red, actually? Kind of walls over here, so there really isn't anything happening to the south. Yes, the massive elephant-based composition. Now, okay, now the Tiger Cav are here, but Tiger Cav, as stupid as a unit as they are, this isn't really the situation where they start crushing everything. More elephants coming in here from Cyan. And look at this. The Moomak Hill are ready for battle. Ooh, Paladins from the side have actually gotten a lot of kills. That castle also could very easily go down here. Faction Trev do scooch a little bit, by a bit more time for repairs. One more volley will do it. One won't be enough. Okay, I think... Nope, too slow. Faction Trevs are the worst. Elephant Archers still not fully upgraded. They're almost there, though. Okay, looks like some of the villagers have been deleted for green. That's essential. You just need more pop space right now as Gurjaras. Score is still good for Wonders. I mean, it's close overall. Armored Elephants are trying to go for a big old attack over here. It's actually, I mean, Vietnamese are a very silly sim, yes. Alright, now we're looking at full upgrades on these Gurjara Elephant Archers, and at the very least, they absorb the Paladin attacks better. Still really need to see, I think, a bit of a switch here from Siscon. I mean, arguably, you could just be going Spanish Paladins right now. Elephant Archers and maybe some Camels at the front if you really want them. That castle stands for now, though. And this game marches onward. Nikov still holding the line here at the front. Huge score for him. 49 trade cards. Please trying to add in another castle there at the back. Tiger Cav are here, but they should be pretty bad against the elephants. But sniping all those bombard cannons is not something to be ashamed of. Oh my goodness, that's a really nice pickup for Wonders, who suddenly have a 5,000 army value advantage. Has Lucho done enough to finally be a super relevant factor in this game? Now, the Armored Elephants are here at the front for the Gurjaras, and that's going to start to demolish this infrastructure really fast. LA Archers plus Bombard Cannonellas? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. enough of traction shot. I don't blame him. That castle falls, guys. Fire Lancers coming in because that's yet another thing that Vietnamese can do really well. Oh, such a stupid civ. But is this enough, guys? I mean, again, the armored elephants are absolutely awesome right now. Tearing through all that infrastructure. But they are vulnerable to halbs. But this push from Lucho, I mean, Lucho coming in from downtown. I mean, this is huge. Yeah, Nikov's KD's out. Going to be absolutely crazy as the Archer player. Yes, 700 kills almost. Honestly, ACCM is not too far behind making melee units. And like I said, the fact that this game is even still competitive, I think is really just a testament to how freaking good ACCM and Nikov are individually. Not that Lucho's like a rock weighing them down at all, but he just got focused super early. And it takes players of ACCM and Nikov's caliber to make this still competitive. Tower upgrades coming in, but the elephant numbers are climbing here on all sides. We got all 3 players right here, and this feels like it's kind of a big ask for Nikov and ACCM to try and stop this. Gonna try and go for a raid here soon as well. Keeps. Oh, that keep is denied. I feel like siege has been such a big issue for Wonders. Maybe if Nikov could have gone for some siege rams, that would have helped, but it's a really tough situation regardless. Still arguably a little overboomed as everybody on dark side. Gonna get some raiding here. Good old 45 wall, let's go. All the 45 walls. Fire Lancer is going to be good against both these units, both the Halbs and the Tiger Cav. As Stoneflea's really making use of the entire Vietnamese tech tree here. Towers coming in too. More layers of walls, and these castles from Nikov are going to make it really tough to raid in the north. Add some siege. Again, I feel like pure Cav Archer is just not good enough at this point. We do have some siege workshops coming in, so bombard cannons or siege rams would both be awesome here. Onager coming in for ACCM, probably just a cut. Don't really see Spanish Onagers really being, or Lithuanian Onagers, they're the same actually. Really making a big difference. Some raids perhaps getting started up here from Lucho, and honestly, this is just one house. This one house goes down, and suddenly you have Tiger Cav over here. Camels are, I guess, available at the back for Dragon Star. What would ACCM cut? Here? Ooh. This epic battle still goes on here at the north. 7 bombard cannons queued up. That's at least something better Siscon can do with Spanish. And those transitions are going to be absolutely incredible. Oh, remember when I said that the house was the only thing stopping the Tiger Cav from running in and killing everything? Remember when I said that, guys? I seem to remember saying that. And because Green's max pop, he can't actually add in any more units here, and now all the trade's getting obliterated. Oh my goodness, this is exactly what you need as Wonders. That Elite Trivamsha Rider, I think, queued up behind there. And Lucho going to come in with the castle. If Lucho is able to make this play happen, cut off the trade, bail out his allies here to the north. Okay, Fire Lancers are rushing back over here, but this is a lot of kills here. I mean, these trade carts are still wandering to their death. The Caravan of Death, yeah, basically. Winning it, absolutely. Like, this would be the winning play. Trade's still going down, guys. I mean, you still have a lot of trade overall, but you're now having to spend a lot of resources on replacing trade carts. Hell, trade carts hockey because people forget it exists. Like me. Paladin's gonna go down before they can snipe all the bombard cannons. But look at this. Where are all the green units? Green is having to spend gold replacing trade carts and having to deal with all this nonsense. Also, Stoneplace has 4 relics in this monastery. But yeah, this is absolutely insane from Lucho. Again, Lucho has been trying to claw his way back in this whole time. He kept on getting attacked by the guys on Dark Side, but it might just be enough for him to come back here in the 11th hour, or rather the 1 hour and 10-minute mark, basically. And just this push has been absolutely essential. Decent bombard cannon hit over here as the siege is finally coming in for blue, and I can't help but wonder if this was all maybe just a little too slow to make the transition. Now you have all those paladins running in. I still feel like you want some camels. Camels prevent this sort of thing from happening. And now all the siege is gone. And suddenly, this isn't going anywhere. Nikov now has all of his defense upgrades. Oh, you have Cao Cao on the way. Few relics for... No, AC Sam's already got all of his relics. Got 4. And yet... the numbers seem to be dipping a little bit here for Nikov. I mean, again, Nikov has literally been, like, a varying degree of 1 to 1.5 V2 this entire time. And now the Fire Lancer numbers are looking a lot better here for the Vietnamese player. But Cao Cao's here! He's here to save the day! And now Imp Skirms are queued back up. That's not what you want, guys. In Wonders, still with an army value advantage. A little bit of a raid coming in over here. Got the Elephantine army continuing, but now there's just no siege to accompany them. Now, they are still trading, but the trade advantage is now less than it otherwise would be. And that's still a lot of Tiger Cav. Actually, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, there is a paladin here. But it's still going to die eventually to those Travam. Okay, you got 4 more units coming in, that's fine. Does Stone have Treb somewhere? I mean, he's got 4 in total, but I think they're coming in to destroy that castle so they can get this trade back, which would certainly seem like an appropriate use of trebuchets. Except the Tiger Cabs just do this. That's still a lot of units. But is this push happening? Numbers not the best here for ACCM. Castle. Tons and tons of damage. More bombards are on the way. Again, I can't help but feel that Siscon simply needs a better unit to contribute. Everybody else in this game is basically doing what their Civ does best. Except Spanish here. And right now, Nikov, with the help of some melee units flooding in from ACCM, doing a ton of work. This castle will fall eventually, though. And there it goes. But this is really starting to break, guys. Uh-oh. Is the dam breaking? Looks like it could be. Fresh waves of reinforcements are coming in here to the south. Elephants are showing up here from the side, though. This could be what you need for the pushback. HCA rejoining the party. How much wood left? I mean, we got all the wood in the middle still, guys. We got time. We got time. Cao Cao overlooking the fray. I need to get a market back up over here, and I think somebody's pinging it, actually. Wait, no, that's ACCM pinging it. D-Dram coming in now for red. And yet... Wait, what are those Trebs doing? Oh, my goodness. I mean, Nikov still has basically been at 70-plus Arbalests for over 40 minutes, really. But now the push is going to start to come back on this side. Dragonstar could certainly support with some Armored Elephants. And Dragonstar also still probably overboomed. I like that. Again, he should be making these 3 units. Camels, Elephant Archers, and Siege Elephants. That's what he's going to best be able to contribute with. And I feel like the distribution hasn't quite been what you want it to be. But also it would help out a lot more if, you know, Blue had better units. And the Fire Lancers are still just going to die to those Arbs. Traction Trebs are slowly demolishing the buildings. They said 5 Traction Trebs are actually at 52 kills. Absolute slugfest here in game number 2. But is this what you needed here if you're the dark side? Be more decisive? I mean, in early IP, he absolutely should have gone Cav Archers and Skirms, but it feels like he's had so long to transition into a better unit that it just feels like, why didn't he do that? Then you could either have a ton of Elephant Archers here at the back, or you could mix in some Camels alongside to help win the Paladin war. I mean, I get that the Spanish Paladins are worse than the Lithuanian ones, but they're still just, you know, a very good unit. Actually good versus Ellie Archers? I mean, not, like, amazing. Now we got a lot of John Bay the Raider back over here. Yeah, Paladins absolutely make the most sense here. Mixing his own range units? Yep. Yep. Some Onagers here as well. 106 Arbs queued up for Nikov. Yeah, I mean, the slow reinforcement points is a huge issue. And now Wonder's starting to push again. And now they've got more siege this time. This still looks like it's going relatively well for Lucho here to the south, so it seems like on all sides, the dark side players are running into some issues. Heavy Scorpion even here for red to help with all those Fire Lancers. I mean, we're at 38 Ellie Archers, but still, they're Gurjara Ellie Archers. They're not the unit you want here. If these were either of the 2 Ellie Archer civs, then this would look a lot worse, but yeah, Gurjara one's still relatively weak. Yeah, and only 3 Siege Elephants, not what you want at all. I mean, you're making 3 ranged units right now. And yet, And yet, I mean, melee archers, I think, are still, they're just going to get mowed down by all these units still. The paladins are doing so much work here. Oh my goodness, that is 35 Shenbei Raiders here in the back. I mean, you just have so much time and energy having to be devoted by Stone Please and a little bit of Dragonstar to try and stop this. Still around 30 paladins. ACCM himself could probably use a few more closer stables, but I guess these ones are pretty close to the front line. Only 8 halbs right now, though, so again, it's all about balancing those different army compositions. But now there's no siege here. I mean, the battle elephants are pretty good at knocking down buildings, but not actually with architecture in. And yeah, it's just these paladins are doing so much work, man. Units there are getting cleaned up. Darkside are finally starting to drop their eco count a little bit. 131 bills seems much more appropriate than 150 for Gerjaris right now. I mean, 78 eco units in total. There's 33 villagers right now for Stone Please. It's all army. But Blue is also not with much of an army either. No, what they... It's not really a matter of looking at a single player's composition. It's just all ARB support and all Lithuanian melee is better than both players trying to like mix in both units. So you have to look at it in terms of team composition. The only unit that Nikov probably could have mixed in better was Siege Rams. But now, like, you guys look, as soon as you get back to the camel plus, I guess, elephant here in the front combo, you're going to start to push. And right now, 26k army value. Uh-oh. I am trying to hold the line over here. The issue is siege. Got a couple bombard cannons queued up, but that's not going to be enough. And what's going to happen is just the reinforcements are going to come in, and then you're going to have to push right back out. A cap ram here for the Vietnamese player, but it's not like those are the best units in the world. And bombard tower #1 here for ACCM. Yeah, without siege, you're only going to be going so far in this game. And with such a low eco, your ability to sustain this is extremely limited. You look back to resources, which are, where the heck are they? Here they are. Stone Please has 7 bills on food. You are not making a ton more battle elephants. Yeah, I mean, you could have gone bombard towers as well if you really wanted to as Spanish. It's so painful seeing Spanish in post-imp making such suboptimal units for their civilization. Look at those walls there. A little bit of a attack over here. Not that I think this is really going to do a whole heck of a lot. 11 kills already on that bombard tower. Another bombard tower up here to the north. Siege, siege, siege. 77 kills on those traction trebuchets right now. Decent bombard cannon hits. You have to scooch on back, though, because of the traction trebs. And the fact that you're able to mix in more melee units here as the Gerjaris player feels so freaking good, man. Dragonstar being overboomed was a big problem for a long time. I mean, you could argue that this game could have ended a lot sooner if Dragonstar didn't have the, 160 villagers and instead had the parties at right now 130. And if Blue was making a better army than Spanish Cav archers. Stone Please has really been having to split his duties between two fronts, but I actually feel like he's been doing pretty well at it. Yeah, Nikov's KD is going to be super crazy. 1,800 kills for him right now. That's the magic of being a ranged gold unit player at this stage of the game. But obviously, if there's any one MVP this game, it's Nikov. Absolutely. Tunshin? Oh, you didn't have the Tunshin before, Lucho? Don't please still trying to hold the line right here. Still doesn't have the best vill count. He's trying to add in more vills right now. Oh, some archers go down there, but the bombard cannons are also going to get sniped. At least one of them is. Still more units tumbling forward. Huge army value lead for Darkside. They're behind by around 50 villagers. A little bit less, 45, I guess. Still, a lot of units. More on the front lines here for Darkside if they can sustain it. Right now, Cyan is making no military at all. Now, Lucho's coming in with keeps. It's not like Wei keeps are especially great, but I guess there's something. Yeah, Nikov went from over 100 arbs in the queue now down to 14. The scores are still looking good overall for Team Wonders, but the game state is perhaps starting to fall just a little bit. The bombard cannons are still here at the back to help take down buildings and blobs of arbs. Again, I'd love some more armored elephants here at the front. I mean, just having some camels here prevents exactly this from happening every single time. And look at that now that the army value is just getting really close again. Nikov's back up to 83 arbs. This push is not going to be very quick at all. It's just nobody is developing siege. At least siege isn't going to die instantly. I mean, the Rattan archers are great, but there's only 13 of them, and the paladins are still going to run in amok here at the front. Now, again, if this is a wood game, which I'm not saying we're there yet, but it's at least something that we need to start thinking about, it's probably a little bit better for Darkside, I guess. They also have the trade bonus. And honestly, the fact that they haven't been able to close the distance here with the trade bonus is a little painful. But again, I think it just speaks to the 1v1 and mechanical skill of Wonders. Anyway, the Muma kill is ready for battle. Faction Trebs there are in a bit of danger. Faction Trebs also pushing here. That's not doing anything. Siege Ram finally coming in for blue. Oh my goodness, he's going to make a unit that isn't a Cav Archer or a Skirmisher. And that's a lot of arbs now out of position, guys. They're all stacked on top of each other. The trample damage is coming in. Nikov! Oh, jeez. And here we are, elephant plus Cav Archers. Wonders trade, it's getting rated a little bit by Dragonstar. It's actually more than a little bit. That's a lot of camels coming in. 23 eco kills, not bad, not bad. How long do I think we'll be here for? Not too much longer. Things are starting to become undone here for Wonders. They have the much less clear win condition, and it feels much more like Darkside being unable to close the game, rather than the other way around. Anyway, Nikov's population's falling off a cliff. I mean, the arbs are simply only able to do so much here, and this actually could be getting GG territory very, very quickly, as this push is extremely slow. And everything falling off here for Wonders, guys. They're still ahead by 2,000 score overall, and the lack of siege is still extremely painful, but there are a bunch of siege rams queued up. They're also going to start thinking about pushing to the north towards the trade, and so long as Cyan is able to hold here, which he should be able to do, I think Darkside will finally be able to close this one out. Yeah, Nikov had only around 120 pop. Ellie Archers are trying to work their way towards the trade line, although those quick walls are quite good. More Camels running in over here. 100 pop lead right now for Darkside. Looks like they might finally be able to grind this one out. I mean, you can make the argument that they should have won this a long time ago, but I still think that, one, that discounts how good Wonders is playing, and two, I think it, you know, a win's a win, right? That's all that matters. Play at the top, side range. You could, yeah. I think you could make that argument. Anyway, this just feels inevitable at this point. Almost triple the army value right now for Darkside. The siege rams are finally here. Yeah, I mean, I think Wei are the weakest of these 6-6 by a lot, given the game, given the circumstances. Anyway, it might just be time for Wonders to start to realize that this one is unfortunately not going to be for them either. And honestly, Wonders could find themselves down 0-2. Darkside are going to be, at minimum, tying this series. And that's exactly what they needed. Remember, they had only won one game so far, so if they go up 2-0 today, that's going to be insane for their chances to actually keep their tournament hopes alive. And like I said, their early game plan and coordination was so much better than Wonders. Yeah, things have stalled out the later the game went on, and I think that's just where being weaker mechanically is a huge issue. However, the fact that they are able to still close this one out and get into that strong spot in the first place, really, really important. And what a sick game, though. I mean, talk about back and forth for so long. It wasn't perfect by either team, but it was still super high level, and it was just a lot of fun to watch. Barb's trying to, you know, something high ground. Even the elephant still helping out a bit. I mean, guys, Nikov's on 75 pop right now. I mean, the push here from Lucho almost won them the game. Like, the fact that Lucho was getting his butt kicked all game long, like, he basically got 3v1'd early on and had a terrible civ, and still was able to make this push happen and take down the market, get the castle up on that hill. Like, things were starting to break over here, and if maybe the siege balance was a little bit better, it could have worked. And there's the GG, or Nikov resigning. And there is GG called, and wow. Absolutely insane. Fantastic game. Nikov had over 2,000 kills. Woo! Gold, obviously a lot more over time. Trade profit difference. Huge. Stone, please, getting most of his tech tree as the Vietnamese. Yeah, Stone, please, is a very fast player. Nikov, 99 APM. I mean, man, was he trying. That's a tough one. I also think that you're in the classic conundrum of the double 3K civ, and traction trebs are so bad at pushing. That was also a big issue for Wonders. Oh yeah, Dragonstar is super slow. Okay, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Gurjaras over the Shu, the Wei, and the Lithuanians. Both. Oh, Stoneplease absolutely was doing great. Did a really good job of dancing around the tech tree for his Civ, which you absolutely need to do. All right. Normal Trebs, there literally isn't the UI space for it. They would have to remove heroes to give them Trebs for there to be the user interface space for more Trebs. Or for the Trebuchet train button. Because right now that space is occupied by heroes. In the castle? No, there isn't. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back, guys. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, wait. Vitality versus Onimaru's going on. Wait a minute. Oh, that must be just a practice game. I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Don't you also need space for the Team Kipchoks? Second division teams. Now, it's, you know, they have to play it with teams at their level. Well, we do also have Rage Forest, which I feel like I probably should be prioritizing. That starts in 40 minutes. Is there one more space? Well, I guess they could just try and rearrange it then. Right of the amputee? Yes, actually, yeah. There's exactly one space for it. I don't think that would work in... it might not work in campaigns, though, because I'm not too sure about that. But also, I really don't care, so... Oh, I mean, is this technically a bugged map? Yes, but... Like, I don't know. Does it really matter that much? Feels like a very minor issue. Oh boy, come on, guys. Behind the ungarrison button? Nah, that's really bad UI design. August, help me reach plus level 2, 38 out of 300 points. I mean, I feel like regardless, it shouldn't be like a huge conversation. Is bad game design? I think they would disagree with you on that. Oh, mouse issue. Oh. I thought they were just gonna, be having an issue with the bug map. Again, it feels like such a minor issue. Like, oh, there should be some land here. It makes the rush distance a little bit shorter, but it's honestly not even all that short regardless. All right, so let's get into this, guys. Blade Squirrel, oh geez, you're right. We'll have Sebastian here in the purple as the Wu. He has rejoined the fray, replacing Nikov. But he'll be here to the north as the Wu. ACCM will be the yellow Italians in the pocket. And Lucio will be the red Malians to the south. It's been interesting, right? Because, again, Wonders is the better team on paper. I think game number 1, they had a momentary failure in communication that the game completely unraveled afterwards. And then in game number 2, I don't think they just had the best approach and the best team play early on. They started to play better and better as the game went on, but at that point, they were just too far behind. And also had the Civ issue with Wei being really lousy. So let's see what they can do here. Like, I wouldn't be that surprised if they won the next 2 games, but having 1 loss and 2 draws? Or one win and 1 draw, or 1 win and 2 draws, there we go. It's not the most impressive record when you need to finish top 4, especially since they haven't played the top teams yet. Anyway, Siskon's going to be the blue Armenians here to the south. Darkside, definitely. This is their first set where they're really showing their class as a team, and you love to see that. But Dr. Agonstar PhD is going to be the Green Byzantines in the pocket. And lastly, Stone Please will be the Cyan Incas here on the north flank. So, between the teams rather than between the players in the same team. Missing. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it just decreases the rush distance a bit, but it's still not that big of a deal. Anyway, Civ matchup Incas versus Wu. I mean, we definitely favor Wu overall. Incas aren't a bad Civ on water early on because you have so many great wood savings. Like, what's the housing space right now for Nikov? 35? Or sorry, for Stone Please, I think it's 35? Yeah, 35 pop space. And you get the lava team bonus, which is nice. But they certainly do fall off a ton on the water as the game goes on. Wu going to be very good throughout the entire game. You do miss shipwright in late game, but you do have Lochuans as well, so... Haha! Armenians versus Malians. This is, again, a case of the more traditional water Civ Wu and Armenians versus the... Well, they have a wood discount early on Civ with Malians and Incas. So Malians are still going to be competitive early on with the Armenians. I mean, their eco is still very good. But I do think that as the game goes on, Armenians are just going to be a much better Civ all around. And then Byzantines and Italians, just two of the best pocket Civs on this map. I don't think we can really favor one too much over the other. Like, I personally like Byzantines a little bit more, as they are the more streamlined fast imp and fast fire ships Civ. But what they can't do as well as Italians is they don't offer condos, and condos are a really helpful tool for a lot of Civs on this map. Give you a lot of early Imperial Age punch, and it feels like Italians with either cavalry or condos can do a great job of crossing the map. Also, their fish boom is better, so... Yeah. No, they are missing, both of the fire ship upgrades. Malian Navy's terrible in it. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Tabrasten. Shema? So, of course, we have to expect the flanks all to be doing some variation of the same thing. Wonders players are going to be up a little bit faster. It's going to be galley openings from both. Still probably the safest opening you could go for. Like I've said, your initial ship opening is just kind of playing rock, paper, scissors, but you're going to likely transition into galleys eventually anyway. Or galleys plus fires. Fast chem synergy? Yeah, that's true. That's true for sure. But yeah, Incas and Malians are definitely the weakest civs here for sure. Like, you'd never be playing them if you had better civs available to you. Like, you'd rather much rather have, like, Vikings and Dravidians, for instance. But it is a play all for, and you need to draft properly and use different civs for different maps, so, you know, that's the magic of tournaments. Alright, so, fire galley opening here from Stone Please. Other than that, everyone's just going galleys. There really isn't a lot of variety when it comes to early game migration on flank. Although this is kind of driving me crazy. Sebastian, don't do that! Feudal Age times are going to be pretty similar. Dragonstar on 38 fishing ships, though. Look at this. ACCM on 45. He's on 18 to 11 fishing ships, and is only a few seconds slower to Feudal Age. That is the power of Italians right there. Here, I'd much rather play Malian flank as Lucho here, and then play way flankier Malian flank last game. Yeah, well, I mean, Sebastian absolutely needs to manually increase his APM to assert dominance or something. Anyway, Red's the only player who does not have fletching, unless I missed it. Blacksmith, but you need to hit the button. Everybody else has it. But yeah, honestly, it just feels like the build is better for ACCM. Again, he's just a hair slower with so much more economy. But also, again, he's got the Civ bonuses for it, right? The cheaper fishing ships and cheaper age-up combo. Anyway, it is a mixture of galleys and fire galleys versus the pure galleys. Like I said, I don't think this matters too much. Somebody really has to mess up for the flanks to win decisively one way or the other here. Slower hair. Yeah, we do our fables backwards here at Ornlu AoE. So, the question you want to know is, what is the Castle Age plan going to be? Are they going to be going right for the Imperial Age? It sure as heck looks like ACCM is, who's already sold his stone. Dragonstar, same deal. Okay, so both players here are going to be going fast imp from the pocket. Your cake and eat it? Oh, yeah. A bear rug? Someone said squirrel pelt earlier. Certainly can get that vibe. University and monastery? University and monastery. Towards FI play. I guess you can get gold income a lot faster than you otherwise would. So that does make sense. Simply not down to having team migration? Honestly, it's pretty similar. The whales, again, as McNeely was saying, might push fast imp play a little bit, but it's not like the Castle Age pressure doesn't see any play either. And, yeah, it's not really a big deal, I feel. Migration's always been extremely hamstery play from the flanks and much more strategic play from the pockets, much more so than most maps. Molly and condos, it's a possibility. Like I said, condos are one of the best team units on Migration. Anyway, everybody on their way up to the next stage, whether that be Castle or Imperial Age. The Byzantine fire ships will be superior, of course. And looks like, yeah, green is caught up in eco with yellow, but that's 1,300-ish more resources for ACCM. So again, ACCM showing how strong Italians are, and of course how strong ACCM is. Nobody with a decisive advantage so far. There's a bit of a score lead here for Wonders. I'm not entirely sure why. I guess they've been taking slightly better fights, but, you know, whatever. Whatever. Oh my god. We're like totally seeing Sebastian gonna apply a lot of pressure here once his War Galley upgrade comes in. Now, he doesn't have Bodkin, which is a bit weird, but like, he should totally go kill him now, especially with those fire ships showing up. Alright, Korean coming in. Clinkers have been constructed. The Byzantine fire ships need to show up to the party. With the sassy voice? I mean, I just do things, man. Doesn't really matter why or how or when. Right, anyway, Dragonstar going to be transporting his ally over, and look at this. We are already seeing a little bit of a deviation. Freaking deviants, man. Lucha going for the land-heavy play here. I think it makes a ton of sense with Malians. And Sebastian's actually dropping a castle. Okay, so we're having both flanks heavily switch over into land play. This is not something we see every day. Usually the focus is still on water. Look, there's no university at all for those naval upgrades here for Sebastian. And I think the same deal here for Red. Yep. Red didn't even get medium warships. Wow. Okay, this is actually, again, a little bit of strategic variety. Looks like Stoneplease is still fighting for water. And no, Sebastian stopped making Navy too. So, I mean, they're going to support with whatever they can. But yeah, already a notable difference here. Heavy warships is now in, but the numbers just aren't there. Holy cow, they're not there. Oh my goodness, how come this is so one-sided? 12 kills to 2 deaths, 1 kill, 3 deaths. It just doesn't have the numbers, guys. Now you're making hulks, which you don't want to be doing. I guess it was incendiaries versus no incendiaries. Maybe that made a big difference, but... Oh boy. Fourth TC coming in here from Lucho. He's just chilling, man. I mean, if they're not getting clapped on the water, which they are not, this feels like a really sick play from Wonders. Wouldn't it be funny if Darkside, or the Wonders lost both games that Nikov played, even though Nikov played very well in both of those games, and then they won the games without Nikov? That would be pretty funny. I think that would be objectively funny. That's like one of the most Nikov things that could possibly happen. Alright, you gotta be careful here with incendiaries. War Galley's helping out a bit as well. Yeah, Fire Archers, it was a huge improvement for Fire Archers when they got the extra base attack. Like, that was absolutely essential for the unit. It was the same thing with the Xianbei Raiders, right? At 4 attack, they're terrible. At 5 attack, they're insanely good. Well, those fishing ships are having a rough day, and Red is on his way up to... Honestly, this is pretty awesome from Lucho. Was able to still fight his side on the water to a stalemate, and then also get a huge economy. Landed a job interview. No, I just double-checked to see when exactly the Fire Archer change came in, so I just looked at the wiki real quick. 4.5 attack? It's only fair. But yeah, this just feels so decisive. Siscon... still trying to fight for water, but he's behind on water play here. He's behind on land. And Red is going to have some Malian condos in the very near future. This is a very different Wonders than what we've seen previously. Feels Ornlu, yeah. Well, such is my existence. Now, I do think you still need to be careful and make sure that your pocket has a route to land. As in, eventually you get your TC down and start expanding to the middle, because we've seen too many games where the pockets just never get to the middle and then fall super far behind. We are seeing Dragonstar do that. I'd love to see ACCM do that soon as well. But, like I said, in general, this play has been really, really good for Wonders. I mean, look at this, guys. This is not fun if you are, for Siscon. Please don't Mangonel your own units there, Sebastian. Defensive castle is coming in, but this is still really scary. And even with those Byzantine ships, ACCM has been able to take the better engagements. Of course, Imp is now in here for Red. It's condoing time. Castle going to come in as well. Of course, the Trebs are going to be very important. Could get a good hit there. But yes, they do. Gets 5 range normal, and then you get +4 versus ships and buildings. And it's condoing time. Still fighting here. But again, the fact that this is still relatively stalematy, and you have the Wonders guys also taking such a huge lead here on the land, it just feels really impressive. +1 lose a range. What, so they're better versus buildings and weak versus units? I don't know, the Fire Archers just feel like an annoying unit. They're still relatively weak in combat, although obviously a lot better than they used to be. but Anyway, Wonders get the win, and they are not getting swept, guys. Really, really good play. Like, that is some well thought out strategery, great execution. Counterplay? Maybe. The unit's just icky, though. That's the problem. Oh, whoops. So thus far, everybody's lost their home maps. So basically, Wonders are a shoo-in for this last game. And fetch him a burger. Exactly. We all know how toxic ACCM is. All right, that is Italians and Wu and Malians winning over the Armenians and Incas and Byzantine. All right, so last game's BF. This feels pretty straightforward. Britain flank, Celt pocket, Burmese flank. I mean, I guess Poles or Magyars are technically higher draft picks, but I don't know. This feels pretty darn set for me for Dark Side. And then Mongol pocket, Turk flank. Actually, you'd go Mongol flank, Teuton pocket. Now, it's entirely a joke from my stream, because ACCM is like one of the nicest human beings ever. Yeah, this just feels pretty darn set for Dark Side. You have a little bit of positional possibility here. Technically, you could play all three of these civs as flank or pocket. I mean, we're not going to see Mayans. We're probably not going to see Hindustanis. But my guess would be Turk Teuton flank Mongol pocket, but I could be wrong. Then after this, we're going to go to Rage Forest, so even more Black Forest shenaniganry. We got Sebastian, Lucho, Dragonstar, Stoneplease, and Siscon, so we do need one more Wonders player, which is probably ACCM. I have a very loud corgi, in case you weren't aware. Any minute now. Any minute now. Any minute now. Alright, we can have the lobby. Am I overrated? Yes. Buff Ornlu? Yeah, I think that's the only fair thing. By making me buff. Nah, I just got back into working out a couple days ago. I'm still a little sick, so I'm having to start small, but, you know, trying to work back into it. Yeah, we will have... Oh! This is surprising to me. We are getting a Hindustani side. Hindustani's over Teutons? Really? I mean, I guess people just don't really value the monk rushing stuff anymore. A work in? I guess I am work inning. Alrighty. Here we are, guys. Last game of this Dark Side versus Wonder set. We'll have Stone Please in the Cyan as the Britons here for Dark Side. Lost the last game, still 2-1. Why is it so hard to start a game of AoE 2? Could be a Lake Re? How? Both teams have one pond. I mean, yeah, like you have a pond in the back by the pocket versus a forward pond, but like that's Age of Empires for you, man. It is a random map. I mean, if this pond was like over here, then yeah, certainly that's like an unfair advantage because it's like two teams get a pond, but them's the breaks.
Airlove.
You can still come forward and fish boom. Blue fights forward and walls off. Yeah. There is Da Bear. It's a very, I mean, yeah, it's a forward pawn, but it's also something that you can use defensively with galleys and stuff, and you can't really do that with this one. I mean, yes, in general, you'll always take a pawn sitting in the back of the map, but I mean, I would say that if players feel like not having perfectly distributed pawns is a game winning or losing advantage, then maybe you shouldn't have pawns at all. Just saying. What I don't like is the fact that this is taking so long. Feels like it just slows the broadcast down. Relic access? That's true. You only need to chop through 2 trees over here, whereas you need to chop through a bunch of trees over here. Just a grumpy old man? Well, that's also true. I don't like that. I really don't. Again, what is the point of having random pawns and random pawn distribution if, oh, they're not symmetrical pawns? One team has a back pawn, one team has a forward pawn. Literally, it's not a fair game at that point. Like, just get rid of that completely. Or you could make it so that everybody has a perfectly back pawned every single time, but that just feels weird. It also sounds like it's really hard to script. Well, yeah? Yeah, he's still around from time to time. It'll be versus a 2K3 plus. Oh, jeez. Beneath their TCs? Yes, because that makes AoE fun. All right, well, it's a pocket pawn for Dragonstar, and now it's next to Lucho, but at least it's in the back. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, guys, here we are. 3v3 Black Forest. Stone Please will be in the cyan as the Britons on the flank, Dragonstar the Green Celts in the pocket, and Siskon the Blue Burmese on the west flank. Their opponents, looking if they can tie it up 2-2, will have Sebastian in the purple as the Turks here on the west flank. ACCM as the yellow Mongols in the pocket. Best Civ color combo. And to the east in the red as the Hindustanis, it will be Lucho. Hindustanis, great for vill fighting with the cheaper villagers. Big choke point here, though. Let's see if you can snag those boar as well. It's always going to be nice. And then on this side, there's basically just a small choke point. 2 small choke points, rather. So this is unlikely to be especially aggressive. Sensar, very safe wall here. Does look like he's going to be coming forward afterwards. Sebastian feels content just to wall up right there. He thinks he's going to have enough space. This is likely just going to end up as a wall right there. Wolf is here to join the party. Randomly picked verified seeds. I actually have no idea. It would be a scenario, but yeah, I guess you could do that. Berbers are the best. They used to be the best, but now it's only a 5% advantage, so it's pretty minimal. I mean, it's most civs have no advantage whatsoever, so in that sense, it's good. But even the civs that do have an advantage it's a very minor advantage.
Mandatum.
Yep. Scout goes down. Cantheville. Ah, yes. Get what you deserve there, Sillyville. Trying to Alcatraz your way to victory. ACCM. Actually, Dragonstar Scout over here is starting to lame and be really annoying. Why is Dragonstar 3 vills? Wait, hold on. Wait, ACCM lost 2 vills! Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Something terrible happened to ACCM. Oh, dear. What happened? I mean, it's not like I think we're going to miss all that much. Alright. So 2 vills come forward here. Oh, no loom. Yep, that explains it. Yep. Okay, yeah, that is extremely S. We're going super far forward with just a couple unloomed vills. Yeah. That's a huge mistake. Anyway, this stuff's still happening over here. Yeah, and the sneak got in on top of it. Laming is continuing. Not what you're looking for. Meanwhile, Sebastian's just chilling and like, why are you people so problematic, man? Already we got the fish boom coming in on this side. ACCM would have to go over there for the fish boom, but he should be doing that sooner rather than later. What can Burmese do against Turks? Do you know how Turks beat a bunch of battle elephants? They don't. It's a really weird matchup. Like, early imp, it's tough for Turks to push, but Burmese do have super good monks, and you can go, like, monk spearmen, so, like, your push there is quite solid. And Turks are also kind of slow at pushing. So, although Turks are the better civ overall because they're basically an impenetrable wall, they don't necessarily have the best tools to deal with Burmese. Anyway, Siscon is still here with his villager. Vill fighting is continuing. I mean, it's a big choke point here. This is naturally going to end up a big Vill fight. Britons are also actually a very good early Vill fighting civ because of the Shepherd bonus, so it's easier to sustain Vill production in the same way that it is for Hindustanis with their Vill discount. Overall Vill numbers between the two teams are quite similar. 3 fishing ships for Celts, though. Oh yeah, and as far as Britons versus Hindustanis goes, Britons I still think are just better. I think Hindustanis are going to have a really hard time doing anything against Britons. Hold off Turk bombard cans? It could. It sure could. I think Turks are the more straightforward civ to play in this case, but it does feel like Burmese have some tools. Yeah, I'm not too sure what you're going to do as Hindustanis, though, here, especially if it goes, like, you want to go, like, hand cannoneers and bombard cannons, but... And then Mongols versus Celts, I mean, 1A, 2A, what did we have on our Rage Force tier list? Mongols at 1, Celts at 3, or something like that. They're 2 of the very best civs. They do offer somewhat different things, other than siege onagers, although both have top-tier siege onagers. Celts give you the infantry support. Mongols give you the Mangudai. I actually think the issue for this particular civ combo is that you don't have a frontline unit, which is why I would rather see Teutons here. Because Teutons are here to go Halb, and they have Bombard Cannon and Crenellation castles. And it feels like they just combo with Mongols a little bit better than Hindustanis, who are, again, like, range support civ, range support civ, range support civ. Range support plus meat shield civ with the Celts kind of do a little bit of both.
Ready.
Range support civ. Either or, really. Well, yeah, it's 6 fishing ships to 3 fishing ships. Red's on 21 bills, blue's on 22. Cyan's on 25 bills. Purple is on 24, so yeah, just a bit better here for the dark side. Oh, wait, Sebastian got in over here. Hold on. How did he get a villain over here? Oh, my goodness, guys. Is this like our F6 where you can't garrison the fishing ships? It looks like it. Uh-oh. How did he get in? Oh, that's Black Forest for you. Always fun. I guess the bill probably came in very early. Before, because blue was a little slow in walling over in this direction. Now, blue's own forward. I see, I'm just picking up ores over there. I guess blue's forward was found out? Don't see any bills. Archer range coming in. This is obviously... I don't even know if it's a sudden disaster. It's just a straight-up disaster. Anyway, still lots of fun Vil fighting. I love it, love it, love it. Not really.
Yay.
Stoneplee's doing a great job with his Vil fighting, though. Lucho 3 kills, 8 deaths. Stoneplee's the inverse of that. ACCM is going to come forward. Castle Age here for Dragonstar. He's going to go for some Knights. Of course, one of the advantages for Mongols is that they're better able to apply early Castle Age pressure than Celts are. Well, I guess it's a little weird. Like, Celt Mangonels are still awesome, but the cavalry support with some Step Lancers is better for Mongols. And another pause because, again, that's what we're dealing with. Adminry, yeah. What is the issue now? We have averaged 1 game an hour. Now, to be fair, one of those games was super long, but still. Come on. Yeah, I mean, this is just so huge from Sebastian. Fishboom completely denied. Even though ACCM's Fishboom isn't that great, it's like... You live, you buy the Fishboom, you die by the Fishboom. This is the modern AoE BF experience. Actually, Sebastian himself could start Fishbooming. There's nothing stopping him. Evet. Yeah, right now it's Lucho's job just to keep this open. It's been rough for him so far. But if you keep it open and ACCM can show up here with some Step Lancers in a moment, that'd be super sick. As I said, green's going to be up to Castle Age faster. 1 scout's going to be here at the party, but it's still just a 1 unupgraded scout, so it's not impossible to deal with. Meanwhile, it should be, yeah, double Stable Knight on the way now from Dragonstar. His eco's terrible, though. Losing all those fish ski mothers.
Mandatum.
Yikes.
Ready.
Well, trying to get some more kills back over there.
Mandatum. Yay.
Hills to a scout fight. Yeah, now that Forging's in, you get the extra scout HP in Castle Age now as Mongols. It's going to be really rough. It started 8-3. Now it's 12-10 for Stone, please. 7-Ville lead for Wonders. Now the Step Lancers here. Oh, jeez. Those stone walls are going to be up in time. Monastery coming in here for ACCM. This is, I mean, people love this, right? I'm the weird one, and I know I'm the weird one for not enjoying this. Oh, Bill gets the parting gill on the Scout Cavalry. Yeah, now Red completely flipping the script. Actually, still needs to can't click up to Feudal Edge yet, but now he's way ahead in Villagers. Red can send all those bills back to work. Looks like it is fully walled in. It looks like Sebastian has been stopped at this point. Blue's just going to be booming. He knows Sebastian's not going to be doing anything useful anytime soon. But the issue is that Syscon already sort of allowed his pocket to take a ton of damage, so it still doesn't really feel great.
Yay? Ready.
Anyway, you still have the Monk healing up those injured Step Lancers. The Monk also going to be shooing away the Knights. And this is still a large army. Remember, it is double stable Knight production from the Celts player. They sure are. But ACCM does have the fishing ships to help out. Check the stone count. Okay, yeah, ACCM back to mining a little bit of stone, adding a TC right there. Should be 2 conversions and then 1 conversion. I think. Yeah. Oh, and then the deletions there, too. Yeah, I think this is still better for ACCM. Good delete there. Sebastian's going straight to it. Oh, he could. The 3 layers of stone walls makes me feel a little less likely that that's going to be the case, but I mean, some players just really like being safe. You could, like, realistically buy, 300 stone and add 4 TCs. Like, that's no problem. Or you could just get the Siege Workshop and University and go up to Emperor Siege Workshop, Monastery, whatever you feel like. Anyway, 10-Ville lead here for Wonders. Red's going to be up to Feudal Age finally. 36 Villes to 26.
Yay?
Stone Please having to wall himself up into this little corner. He can easily be getting cut off from his allies. Actually, no, hold on. There's this path over here I forgot about. Not guaranteed. Yeah, okay. It's still all right. Yeah, if that path wasn't there, things could get really awkward. So freaking toxic, man. All right, Sebastian is going to go in. Now, this is fine. I think you could argue either way when it comes to should a Sebastian have boomed or gone in. There's the Siege Workshop Monastery combo. You don't need the University for Chemistry like you would with every other Civ. We'll likely add in some archery ranges. Go hand cannon or bombard cannon. He's got no stone for Jaddies. And obviously, Syscon's going to have a tough time defending against this. Let's see, 58 Villes to 50. ACCM doesn't have a huge fish boom, and he's just going to be adding in farms and going for what is mostly a regular boom, just with a few added in fishing ships. Yeah, this is the big problem, though. Stone Please is, like, dead, man.
Grayton?
Did so well in the early Ville fight, but the follow-ups just were not there. He still had too many Villes forward, and it feels like one of the greatest arts of the Ville fight is knowing when to stop. There is a time when the Ville fighting must cease, and you just have to wall up, and usually that is going to be when your opponent pocket is going to be getting up to Castle Age. And Stonefleece simply did not recognize the timing and got punished super hard for it, despite starting, what, 8-3 or something in the Vil fighting? Yeah, now he's 12-21.
Mandatum.
Fourth TC here for Dragonstar. We don't like Vil fighting? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Schadenfreude coach. But that's how AoE works. Alright, deleting the gates there. Going to lead to a second layer of Stonewalls coming in because you see what you're... Okay, yeah, my opponent's probably going to be trying to do something soon. Imp is in. Bombard cannons and hand cannons are on the way. Classic Turk stuff. And Lucha will also be booming for the time being. Not like Stonefleece is going to do anything regressive in the near future, so going to go right up to 4 TCs. Exactly what you should be doing. Feels like Wonders are in control here, despite being down 10 bills in total. Good conversions here from Syscon, bringing his units up to the front. The issue is that I just don't know how he survives against this. The walls were pretty good for him. But Sebastian's just gotten so much work done. Double Siege Workshop even, that honestly might just be overkill. Don't really have a great eco at this point. Actually, his eco upgrades are pretty solid. Yeah, obviously you need 45 wall. Just getting to eat. Well, we did have a game that almost went 2 hours in game, and they were being extremely slow between games.
Yay.
And we had like at least 1 restart,
Ready.
maybe 2.
Written.
Raid 4-6 also just started, so we'll switch over to that series once this game is done. It's TC right now for our Celts player. He is getting hand cart. ACCM's eco is still a lot better. Stall, 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 stall. Never underestimate the power of the stall. Issue. Oh, don't bombard cannon your own unit, Sebastian. Res collected draft. ACCM ahead of Dragonstar. Stonefleece in the Shadow Realm. And Sebastian and Syscon pretty similar right now, which actually is extremely good for Sebastian. More random units over here. Cyan on his way up to Castle Age, but Red is already in Castle Age on 4 TCs. Huge eco advantage. Now, what is going to be going in favor of Darkside is that at the very least, ACCM is still going to be very slow to get army up and running. He's slower to Imp, and Dragonstar as Celts is just going to be able to go Halbesso a lot faster than you can go in Mangudai. Yes, I do know what a graph is. Anyway, nice Bombard Cannon hit right there. Devotion coming in as well. Now, Sebastian is still only on 1 TC, and I think you could make the argument that you should go for like a few Bombard Cannons and add TCs behind it. And I think the more experienced RF players would do that. But still pushing. This is the most important thing. Like, I guess the question is 6 Bombard Cannons and 1 TC better than 3 Bombard Cannons and 3 TCs at this point? I feel like the much safer play is to add in the extra TCs as well. User discretion in this. I mean, Syscon has no time to get to Elephants or Rambai. Gonna be going Knights, I guess. Oh no. Chat, oh no. You know what? Dr. Agenstar is not going down without a fight. That's for sure. And that fight is Celt Paladins. I guess the thought is that you swamp your opponent with Celt Paladins before the Mangudai numbers come in, but that feels like a very, very tiny window. That said, they're probably dead no matter what they do. Cyan is pretty irrevocably far behind Red. Red's on his way up to Imperial Age. He's on 50 more villagers. like I said, this just feels like, okay, you're really doing it to try and clean up the base of Syscon, but it's already too late. Syscon's already getting obliterated. I still, again, don't love the fact that he's 1 TC. And 8 Bombard cans don't really do all that much. Lights are coming in. There are not a lot of them. And, of course, your hand cans have extra HP. I don't actually think that matters in this case, but it's still there. Honestly, not the best micro I've ever seen, but it's probably good enough. Yep. 4 units coming in. ACCM with another castle. He's getting to Mangudai. Like I said, the window is so tiny, it might be a prison slit window. And there's the GG called. And Wonders will take the series to a draw. So this is the second series now that Wonders have drawn, with 1 win and 2 draws. Darkside have yet to win a series, but still, the fact that they're able to get a draw here means that they're at least putting some points up on the board. That's going to be good for their long-term plans. Anyway, good stuff there. Well done. The other game is already happening, so let's go ahead and switch over. Because this should be really interesting. Team Barles versus Team Andy. All right. Let's see. That. That. And that is all set up. Sorry, that's the... have to change stuff up. Playoffs. Rage. Forest. Thick. Oh yeah, it's a best of what? Best of what? Best of 5. All right, welcome everybody to the RF playoffs. Going to be a lot of fun here. Barles, the only undefeated team right now. He will be in the orange as the Ketons to the south. Matt will be the purple Bohemians in the pocket. Imperio will be the yellow Franks in the other pocket. And Nervekex as the red at 2P here on the west flank. Their opponents will have FreakinAndy, the team captain, in the blue as the shoe on the north flank. Vodka going to be the green Saracens in the pocket. Metu, the cyan Goths in the other pocket. It breaks the command. I mean, I just abbreviate it to NN because it's like, I can't just put that as my stream title, man. And then Chaos doing the Grey Byzantines here on the south line. So, interestingly different approach. I actually prefer Andy on the Civ like Shu, which feels like it can still do stuff, as opposed to a Civ like Ketons, which I feel like Barles is really going to struggle to do a whole lot with. But we'll have to see. Pawn situation looks like 1 per team. We have Matt booming in the one over here, and Vodka booming in the one over here. I think that should be it. This is all walled off. This is all walled off. And then there's the last choke point over here. Ball's coming in from Barles. Oh yeah, Ketons versus Byzantines. Byzantines just feel like a much better flank to me. I just don't think Ketons really offer a whole heck of a lot. You get mediocre cav archers. Step lands are part. Ah, yeah, that's it for sure. Yeah, not the biggest fan here of slap. I mean, I get like, okay, you just give the weak civ to the team captain and hope they make something happen with it. Two vills there going down for Barles, but I feel like you need Barles to have a late game avenue. Andy has a late game avenue with Shu, with a bunch of traction trebs and arbs and all that stuff. We saw Nikov do work with it earlier. That said, as far as the pocket combos go, Bohemians and Franks, so you're missing Siege Onagers, but you do have Holknitsa, and you also have Frank Paladins, so this still feels extremely strong. I also really like having Spanish or Bohemians with Franks, or Persians, because they can get that trade going and get to the Paladin numbers very quickly. And to be, I guess, yeah, you are working with two very weak flank civs and two very strong pocket civs. Meanwhile, Saracens and Goths. So this is a combo I like a lot because Saracens work similar to Mongols in that they offer their unique unit and siege onagers, and in this case bombard cannons as well. Whereas Goths give you that early Imperial Age strength to buy you time for Saracens to get to the death ball. And Saracens obviously crush Franks, and they'll also probably do pretty well against Bohemians. I know Sensar and I disagree a little bit in terms of the strength of Saracens, and I'm a bigger Saracens fan than he is, but I still feel like Mamluks can do quite well. Yeah, Nikov did very well with the Shu in their game, even though they lost it. Anyway, Castle Age coming in here from barrels and barrels of Barles. Blackwood Archers coming in. You do have pretty good Mangonels and Onagers, and you should get Heavy Scorpion? Oh, no, they give you frickin' War Chariots. What am I talking about? Actually, okay. War Chariots versus Blackwood Archers. I think it might work. That has to be a use case for the War Chariot, right? Surely there is a time for the War Chariot to work. War Chariots, these players should if they want to win. It's Rage Forest, you gotta think of all your different army compositions. Like, that's just one of the most important skills, is you have to know the Civ's tech trees and know how to play to their strengths in late game. Considering, you know, most games go to Imperial Age. Bit of a pauserino here. Overall, Vill counts are very similar between the two teams. Team Barles with a slight army lead. Barles apparently needs a moment. He needs a moment to compose himself from the sheer excitement of playing Keton flank. And I like Ketons. Obviously, not the best civ for this map, though. I actually think Ketons are in a pretty decent spot. For a civ that was so terribly balanced at launch, it feels like they're pretty solid these days. They're one of the only civs whose Fire Lancers feel balanced. Alright. Oh, the War Chariot's out! Andy knows what he's doing, guys. Andy knows what's up. I mean, like, if there's, like I said, if there's any time for War Chariots to be good, it should be right here. Now you... Oh, wait, they have 6 range. Never mind. That's so lousy. I forgot they only have 6 range. They have less range than a Scorpion. I thought... Yeah, I was thinking they had 7 range. Jeez, this unit's so... Oh, I hate it so much. It's the stupid flag, too. The flag just makes it all the worse. Okay, good hit there. At the very least, the Scorpion can do some nice cleanup damage. It's going to be hard to micro against both. Yeah, that's all getting cleaned up. Meanwhile, high-level AoE is happening here. Towers and Mangonels, doing tower and Mangonel thing. We do have guard tower coming in from Barles. Obviously, he needs to make sure he can protect his allies' fish boom. But just some Mangonels here to support. You can't... Oh, no, chariots get healed. They don't get repaired. They are cavalry. They're basically like ballista elephants, right? So you heal ballista elephants, you don't repair them. Anyway, Castle Edge is about to be here for Gray, and I mean, to the credit of Barles, he is going to be on a second TC. He's doing just fine. He's got the guard towers here. His allies pushing with him a little bit. And that's a great Mangonel hit. Now you're looking at 2 Mangonels, and War Chariots are really freaking bad against Mangonels because they have that heavy siege armor class. Even though they are literally explicitly a light siege unit, but I don't know what they're supposed to call it. The armor class for ballista elephants, hussite wagons, and war chariots. Unique siege unit, maybe? Siege units that need to be super weak to Mangonels, otherwise they're broken. Anyway, Mangonel kill there. They suffer from poison damage? I haven't actually ever seen it, but I would imagine they do. Yeah, guard towers here from Barles still doing work. Yellow is going to be the first player up to Imp. How's Imperio looking? 4 TCs. Good old Frank Boom here. Castle going to come in here from Vodka. And of course, that's always the scary thing is, you know, you're Paladin Civ, you're up against Saracens. You know the clock is ticking. Nice sieges. I mean, good control here. This War Chariot has 11 kills, and you can see it's getting healed up right there. Another big splat. Andy doing his thing. I mean, again, Andy, oh, double kill. Andy's got the better Civ, and it's the team captain versus probably the lowest rated player. Not that Nerf Tex is bad, but, you know. Actually, I don't know. Probably still higher than Imperio. And, I mean, he is still 2K4, right? Imperio is 2K, but he's only a BF player, so it's hard to say. Can't really judge players like that. It can go in the TC. It shouldn't. I don't think it does. Again, ballista elephants can't go in town centers. Should just be able to go in castles, right? Cav units can't go in TCs. Anyway, great defense here from Andy. 73 vills to 54. Nervkex trying to keep Andy back, trying to beat him down. Mameluke numbers are starting to come in, though. And, like, this is just going to feel so sad for poor Imperio. Can't catch it. I mean, he's up against Andy. It's, again, not only are we looking at, you know, the team captains, but Andy and Barles are going to be 2 of the better team captains. I mean, arguably Barles is the best team captain, considering he's won Rage Forest more than anyone else. 4 guard towers coming in, though, from Barles. Slowly. And why not? Why not? Hello, White Knight. Also, you're green Saracen, so, like, you get the extra boost from being the correct Civ color. Franks do work in yellow. I'm not saying that yellow is a bad color for Franks, but, you know, it isn't blue Franks. Anyway, Metu coming in over here. And so, like, here's the thing. Andy Andy. Barles is doing pretty well versus Chaos to Win. Chaos to Win is in Imperial Age. He should be getting chemistry right now. And, you know, slowly pushing this back while Barles is slowly expanding his eco. But it just feels like Barles is never going to be set up for late game. Now we're even ramming this castle, which is a cute little move. It just feels like you're so sad right now. Metyu's getting to Halb. Yeah, he's already got a couple bombard cannons out. Wait, why is he going Halb right now? What on earth are the Halbs gonna do? He needs to be going hand cannons. I guess to help versus Mamelukes, but that's still tough. It's like, oh yeah, Bohemian player going Halbs, that makes sense. And then I'm like looking. Wait a minute, no it doesn't. Purple Bohemians feels off. Bohemians are a cyan civ. Or a green civ. Bohemians were cyan in Barbarossa 1, and they were green in Genghis Khan 5, so they're one of those two. That's not how you use Paladins, Imperio, not attacking an uncompleted stone wall. But, I mean, yeah, it just feels so lousy, right? No, Franks don't get Siege Onagers. I don't know, guys. I'm telling you, I think Sensar is a little mistaken about the power of the almighty Mamelukes. Albert Hujum, if you will. Huskies are now in. I mean, like, this just doesn't feel right. Are you supposed to play Bombard Cannon Axeman versus Saracens? The issue is that you need to kill fast, right? The whole point of this is that you leverage the timing of you have a huge eco and you just overrun your opponents with Paladins. It's just Saracens are like one of, if not the best civs at dealing with that. Albert, what? The Saracen units, when they attack, say Al Hujum. So it's Al Hujum, Albert Hujum. One of just those many weird things that I say and do. Anyway, the nice hoops are going to come in. And this is really where Yellow should have been attacking, is with the support of some hand cannoneers and whatever the heck Barles is doing. That's where you're going to feel a lot more successful. The issue is that I don't know how you stop this on the other side. Like, what's Nerfkek supposed to do here? Nerfkek is just going to die. Yeah, Death and Taxman are certainly guarantees. Yeah, 2P, I mean, 2P are literally one of the worst BF civs. Like, Ketons at least get fortified walls. Dude, 5 times. Yeah. Mangudai and Mamelukes kind of kill each other. It's a matchup that feels awkward for both. Barles, yeah, he did with all the bombard cannons. Anyway, Mamelukes, not the best control there from Vodka, to be frank. And he's Saracens, he's not even Franks. Yeah, to be get good towers, but the actual resilience is quite minimal. Matt now with heaps. No idea why you'd go for those instead of bombard towers. And at least Imperio can support with Paladins on this side, and this is so much more effective, right? The Paladins being a much more of a force multiplier and pressure unit than trying to just force your way into Saracens and Shu like that. Anyway, Bohemians are a pretty stupid civ. The towers are huge. Huskarls are coming in on this side. And, I mean, guys, now it's really just, can Nerfkex hold the line? He's got no castle, no Blackwood archers. He's not quite imp yet. Do Camel Archers counter Mamelukes? They're okay. Because keep in mind, Mamelukes don't deal bonus damage against them, but they do have higher base stats. Yeah, I also prefer Team Barles' position. That said, Barles himself is going Cav Archers. I kind of get it. Because you already have the melee units here with Bohemian Halbs and Frank Paladins. Still feels a little weird, but yeah. All right, here come the Mameluke. Oh, wait, Vodka forgot Blast Furnace. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. The 20 petard bush. Yeah, I mean, in terms of raw damage, Ketons are just fine. No, I think Bohemians are one of the most problematic civs in the game, design and balance-wise. They feel so much more uncounterable. Perfusion coming in. Yeah, I mean, Vodka needs to split his duties between both sides. Of course, the Hofnitze are going to be very annoying, but Hofnitze are one of the silliest units in all of Age of Empires. And now the issue is going to be trade as well. Like, how on earth are you trading here? Oh, geez, Vodka not having a great time. 12 Hofnitze. I mean, they're 12 Hofnitze for 14 Mamelukes. Frank thongs? I don't think if I don't want to see a paladin in a thong tiredness. Let's get out. Let's get that out of the way real quick. Anyway, Andy himself is pushing here. Like I said, this is what I really prefer for like the team captain, right? Andy was doing his flank stuff just fine, but he's still going to get himself to late game. And although she weren't the best late game civ, it feels like it's going to be a lot easier for Andy to be a main contributor in this game than it is for Barles specifically. The game's still absolutely in the balance. Neither team's going to have one of their flank spaces, so they're going to need to trade probably from this angle and this angle. Bohemians are very well balanced, yeah. The horse philosophy. I don't know, guys. I don't think anything stops Bohemians. I feel like that's kind of an issue. Oh, that's true. That's true. A few Huskies make their way through, and the Paladins are nowhere to be found over here. They're probably trying to stem the bleeding over there. I mean, again, we're looking at two of the very best civs. And I will, of course, die on the hill, but of course that Saracens are awesome, even though Vodka's forgetting Blast Furnace, which is making me extremely sad. But yeah, needs to get some monitors to cut in from Andy for sure. Traction Trebs, very unimpressive units in so many situations. So yeah, I mean, the question right now is whose army's more unbeatable, a bunch of Hofnitze or a bunch of Mamelukes? You can argue either way, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. Feels like neither side is getting stopped anytime soon. Zweihander coming in. Bohemian champions are actually, I think, a little underrated if you are up against a more halb-oriented civ. Welcome. That's kind of what I was thinking. Especially if Imperia... Well, the thing is, Imperia wants to fight over here and not fight the Mamelukes. But also... Actually, no, maybe you have Barles try and get into the Liao Dao to sort of act like mini Teutonic Knights? I mean, they have 3 melee armor. And if Green continues to forget about Blast Furnace... Fire Lancers? Yeah, maybe Fire Lancers as well. Especially until you can get good numbers of Liao Dao. I mean, this is already a very interesting game, number one. It feels like the base race is on. For sure. Team Barles have a slight score lead right now. And Imperio's fortified walls are coming in, you know, clutch for the time being. But also we're looking at Frank Elite Skirmishers. Yeah, that's when you know things are getting sad. I don't know. Who do you guys favor at the moment? Barles' CA numbers are climbing too. The Hofnitze are still here. And the thing is... What Hofnitze are good at is tearing down buildings quickly. You get a lot of the anti-building damage back that Bombard cannons usually miss relative to trebuchets, but the much faster positioning and fire rate of Bombard cannons. And I feel like the issue right now is because we don't have siege rams from Andy. Two siege rams are, a very good anti-building option, and they just allow you to blitz through the enemy base. And I feel like not having that is a huge issue, because the Mamelukes are still going to struggle against all those fortifications. And I feel like that is actually the difference here for Team Barles. For sure. And like, the Mameluke numbers are not where they need to be as well. Missing Blast Furnace for so long, not ideal, although it's in now. Ooh, Paladin's coming in here from Imperio as well. And you make it work, right, guys? You catch your opponent out of position. There's a lot of map here. I mean, Imperio's got 50 Paladins. Metu's got 30 Huskarls. Imperio is not more dead than Metu. Yeah, Liu-Bei's here. Does not work for allied units, though. You can't heal the Mamelukes with Liu-Bei. And yeah, the Mameluke numbers are completely falling off a cliff. And right now, guys, Team Barles continuing to push forward. I really think that it actually, one of the big... Andy himself needed to recognize that what his side needed wasn't Onagers and Traction Trebs, but just needed Siege Rams. Need to go Mameluke Siege Ram and just bulldoze everything here. The 2P aren't going to offer anything to stop that. The Franks can't do anything to stop that. And that would, I think, at the very least, draw some of Matt over back this way. But yeah, obviously Bohemians are a pretty stupid Sith. Almost 100,000 damage from the Hofnitze. Yeah, this game feels very, very over. The Frank skirmishers, of course, saving the day. And honestly, Nervkex and Imperio being able to stall for as long as they could, all the walls in all the right places. And yes, even the Frank skirms coming in as needed. That's some good team play, and I think Team Barles, we can pretty decisively say, is going to win game number 1. But it's like, where are you going in this game? The only person who's going to have a strong composition at this point is Vodka, and Vodka can't win with himself. Has Barles been slinging? Maybe. Oh, Vodka's been slinging. He's been slinging Cyan. Oh, yeah, that's rough. Yeah, Barles slung a little bit, but not that much. I mean, if it works, right? Like I said, I think that it really needed to be recognized much sooner that I mean, you need some monitors to cut, but other than that, you want Siege Rams. Because it's a base race, and Shu Siege Rams are actually a very good unit at blitzing through an enemy base. I mean, they're not drill Siege Rams, but they're still pretty darn solid. But, like, there's a reason for it, and that is the beauty of a 4v4 in a map like Black Forest, is that you can so often see an entire tech tree. Barles is now going to start to switch into some Liao Dao as well. And those basically hard counter Goths, if you can get the numbers of them, which is tough. E10s work for Team Barles because they push on both sides. If the eco is better than a good kind of reboom in the corner. What do you mean? I mean, the fact is that this side just completely collapsed. Go post. I mean, that's always been the case with Black Forest. It actually goes post-imp a lot less than it used to. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. But yeah, I mean, Ketons are certainly a better civ than 2P, right? I mean, it's... I feel bad for Nervkex, right? There's only so much he can possibly do. There's more damage upside for 2P relative to Mayans, but Mayans are so much better at holding on with having cheap fortified walls versus no fortified walls. Anyway, Imperio back over here. The Mameluke numbers are gone, so the Frank Paladins are going to start to do a ton of work again. And at the very least, this is a really interesting game, number 1. And I'm certainly a fan of it. Even if Bohemians are a silly civ, look at Matt's score. It's just absurd. 700 kills with 126 buildings destroyed. Yeah, I mean, come on. And the Cav Archers actually are really nice because they provide some sort of consistent damage versus the Mamelukes. Especially as the Huskarls weren't really able to be in the front as much as they want to. And the Hofnits are also just blowing up the Mamelukes like crazy. Everything collapsing here for Andy, and this is going to be a game 1 for Team Barles. There's the GG. Fun stuff, but Team Barles gets the win. And it is a best of 5, remember, so we could have a lot of AoE 2 ahead of us. But yeah, almost 800 kills for Matt. Barles also had a really insane KD. I mean, to me, it's crazy how Barles fight. Like, I was talking in the beginning that I generally don't like it when the team captains just slap themselves on the worst civ. But at least he actually wasn't the worst civ, right? I mean, Ketons are still better than 2P. And he was still able to help out with those Cav Archers. I like it. I like it. I like it. And thanks everyone who's watching, by the way. Hope you're all having a lovely, lovely day. Now we have the time to switch over. Actually, I think Team Barles is the higher seed, so we need to do that. Yeah, I'd like to see the draft, because I don't know how they do it for the best of 5. Oh, whoops. Not just Barles. I mean, it's almost always going to be a team victory, especially at this level. You need everybody to be as on point as possible. But yes, I am looking for the draft. Somebody named themselves on AoE2 CM all ego, no eco. That's pretty good. Disagrees with Sensar on Spanish? I mean, and I hope we did a good job of talking about how I think that, you know, I'm well informed on Black Forest. Sensar even more so. But you can have differing opinions and still be correct. Like, it's a very stylistic game mode. Ah, is this it? Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I just found it too. All right, so that was the Bohemians and the Franks and the Ketons and the 2P. So they actually drafted 2P over Ketons. That's interesting. And that is losing. The Saracens lost and the Shu lost. The Goths lost and the Byzantines lost. All right, who's ready for game number 2? I don't dance, in case you never noticed. Anyway, be right back. All right. Let's go, guys. I'm ready for the next one. It's going to be really fun RF playoffs, I think. $45 versus $47. How are you assigning priority? There's what? 26? No, 25 civ draft? Hold on. 5 times 4 plus 1 is 21 civs. So what is... like 1 for Bohemians, 1 for Spanish, etc., etc.? Yeah. No, because it's not exactly even. All right, guys, here we are. Team. Game number 2 in our best of 5. Really interesting game number 1. It still feels like it could be anybody's, but they need to get some points on the board here, as Chaos to win is going to be the Grey Aztecs here on the east flank. Metu going to be the Cyan Chimera in the pocket. Vodka, the Green Bulgarians in the other pocket. And Andy himself as the Blue Portuguese on the west flank. Your opponent will have Nervkex in the red as the Burmese to the west. And holy choke point, Batman. I mean, these guys might as well just play Arabia. Edgar is going to be tagging in for Imperio, and he'll be the yellow Huns in the pocket. Holy pawn! Look at this bond. I mean, I guess it's technically 2 pawns that just generated together. But yeah, I think that's fair still. It's still 6 shorefish on each side. So yeah, I think, honestly, I wouldn't admin read this. Matt's going to be the purple Slavs in the other pocket, and Barles himself as the orange Turks on the east flank. And where is Nerfox, man? He is a huge fan of Barles on Turks, and he's a big fan of Matt.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, and I think that everybody has realized that and is playing onward. I mean, this is so different, right? I mean, this is a fairly wide choke point, but this is just ginormous. Red has no chance of walling this. You need to wall back like this to help protect your ally, and then just play Arabia if you're Nerfkex. Edgar, oh, so nice pushing for his ally. Andy's already here, though, with the Boers. Yeah, so a little bit of Vil fighting over here. Zip time! Turks flank versus Aztecs flank. Yeah. Not the best for Aztecs. Nice kill on the Vil there. I mean, last game, Barles was able to do a number on for Chaos to win with the help of the pocket, so that was a rough combo last game. See what Chaos to win can do here. But yeah, definitely worse civ for Aztecs. Burmese versus Portuguese flank. I feel like it's actually not that bad for Burmese until things get late. Once you get to Hal, Bombard Cannon, Bombard Tower, or even organ guns mixed in, I mean, at that point, yeah, Portuguese are obviously better. But in terms of like a pure monk rush, if you want to go for that, Burmese are fine. If you're playing Feudal Age, Burmese are fine. Arambai are going to be pretty solid against Portuguese for much of the game.
Estou pronto. Sim.
It's not too bad. Is he going to dock here? You go for the flanksive dock? I mean, just let Khmer farm boom and then you go for the fish? I mean, I'd support that, other than this disgusting nonsense of Slav fishing ships. But yeah, Portuguese, I'd say a little bit, put them a little bit higher in A tier, like Burmese maybe B tier, Portuguese A tier.
Hola.
That probably checks out. Interesting that Andy hasn't walled this at all, but I guess he feels like he's keeping good enough tabs that there isn't going to be a sneak or anything like that. But then as far as pocket combos go, Khmer plus Bulgarians, very straightforward. Elephants are pretty good. Khmer Eco is also going to be very strong. Bulgarians, the ultimate. Well, they're an infantry SO Civ, although they are kind of the worst at it. Slavs are going to be better than Bulgarians. I'm a big fan of Slavs. Drushna infantry is awesome. Boyars can situationally be good. Cheap Siege is good. That said, in the context of a fish boom, you actually don't really have an advantage. Like, Bulgarian plus fish boom and Slav plus fish boom is like the same eco. So, like, are Slav infantry better than Bulgarian infantry? I mean, their halbs are better. If you're going swordsmen, Bulgarians probably do all right with their nasty little bagginses. Bulgarians can offer Konniks, and I still think Konniks are a little underrated. Konniks are really freaking good. Especially if you're not running into, like, Cav Archers. So yeah, I'm a bit curious, but the more obvious traditional power civ is Slavs, although, like I said, Slav fish boom versus Bulgarian fish boom, Slavs just lose all that eco advantage they would have. But yeah, Huns versus Khmer, a little bit different. Do I prefer Paladins over Battle Elephants on RF in general? I feel like that's neither here nor there. I know Sensar, I think, prefers Huns in the more traditional Paladin role, and I would default to him as he is a Cav player for the most part. But yeah, Nerf Kex, it's Arabia. You're going to go Men-at-Arms here as Burmese, followed up with Archers, all that good stuff. Andy's also on his way up to Feudal Age. 26 pop. He has the fishing ships as well. Able to lame some there also. Oh, running into the TC, though. That does a lot of damage. But yeah. You still have to consider that you have two pockets fish booming versus a pocket and a flank, and this should almost always be better. As much as it pains me to say, oh, we should have Khmer fish booming instead of Portuguese, it's still probably objectively correct. Yeah, just gonna send those guys into the corners. Really like the fish boom? I mean, you're saving wood on farms and you're saving wood on fishing ships, so honestly, they're fine with it, yeah. Kind of like Celts, right? Celts can boom just as fine with a fish boom as they can with a non-fish boom. Anyway, nothing terribly exciting here. I mean, yeah, like they... But you could also say the same thing with farms, right? It's the same exact thing. That's gonna a lot of ills on gold, though. I mean, again, and we just very rarely see a pure boom these days. And I think especially since it's so open over here, seeing some... Well, actually, I was going to say seeing some knights, but he's going Market Blacksmith instead of Stable plus one of those other buildings. Huh. It is interesting. You do have fletching in for Chaos to win, no fletching for Barles, so it's going to be more difficult to try and defend. You can see Barles just abandoning that tower completely. Well, Andy's eco is going to be better than Nerv Kex, as he has the fish boom. But I think Nerv Kex is doing a good job of applying some pressure. Matthew might even try and... Oh, he's just checking for sneaks, but I guess he'll find the herdables and whatnot.
Why, as ordem.
And right now, Barles is just stonewalling it up. Which, 27 versus 29 vills, so Barles still with a better villager count than Chaos to win, and honestly, that just feels like a Barles thing. In theory, Essex should just have a better eco. And Barles invested a fair amount into pressure. They have similar idle time. 4,000 versus 35. Yeah, this is just Barles doing Barles things. Having an advantage, not with any civ bonus whatsoever. Again, 9 farms to 0 at the moment. Anyway, Vodka will be going for some cavalry, at least to start things off. Again, it makes tons of sense considering how open this all is. Got some more layers of wall coming in. And what is yellow doing? Okay. They are just booming. I don't like this. Isn't Nervkex just gonna die a very sad and lonely death? I mean, it's so open. Like, how on earth does he defend himself against any cavalry? I mean, I guess the eco's gonna be sick, but feels like you have to be super, super careful. Anyway, Metu with the Mangonel. Again, we're just seeing Team Barles play way more focused on the economy. Relying on their flanks to hold the line. Now, of course, again, Barles with Turks going to be one of the best player civ combos at doing so, but it's going to be tough. Vodka's going to come forward with the Siege Workshop. The Knights are on their way. Did go for the Blacksmith instead of the Market as well, so he can add in those Bulgarian Blacksmith upgrades cheap. Roll the whole map? I mean, long run, I can get that, but I also feel like I don't know how Nervkex survives in the short run. I mean, Barles himself also is going to be in a little bit of trouble trying to defend. Mangonel number 3 is coming in. Barles himself hasn't even clicked up to Castle Age. He's just about to. There we go. Going to come in with some stone walls here, but it's not like Hun defenses are any good. 52 and 51 vills for the 2 pockets. I mean, yes, these guys' ecos are very good. Matt now adding in more docks. Same for Edgar. Double building wall here. Got Bosaw now coming in for green. He's on 2 TCs. Vodka certainly is, being aggressive, right? He's still making military and applying pressure with it. But he's not all in by any stretch. He's got no upgrades on those Knights. And I guess as far as Nervkex goes, he is all right, at least for now. This is going to be tough for Barles, though. He's almost up to Castle Age. He's got no stone for more towers, but there's the defensive Mangonel, actually just in the nick of time, if indeed it is in time. Great control there from Metu. Better control from Barles. Holy cow, I thought that might even be the other way around, but... All right, that's huge. Or sorry, for Matt, rather. At the base of Barles. It's confusing. Needs to wall? I mean, he can't at this point. He's got Mangonels on his TC. Yeah, Vodka here with his Siege. I wouldn't have hated getting +1 defense, at least for the Knights. At 75 food and research is really fast for Bulgarians, but even so, lots and lots of pressure here by Team Andy. Nervkex is on his way up to Castle Age. Barles, with the important assistance of Matt, is able to hang on for now. Little hill on the right. I mean, there's a hill right here. A couple light cav coming in from Turks. Snagaville, nothing too impactful. But, importantly, Matt able to secure the high ground. Barles is going to need to help prepare for his ally. But yeah, I mean, this is a razor-thin defense that Matt and Barles were able to make work. Now, Gray is almost up to Castle Age, but
Efendim.
Barles having just honestly outplaying Chaos to win here. Big advantage right now for Team Barles. Oh my goodness, okay. Okay, hold up, hold up. Oh boy. Stonewall's coming in now from Andy. I mean, Red's dead, baby. Did get Castle Age, which is nifty. Oh no. Doesn't feel great, does it? It really doesn't. Organ guns are going to be on the way. Organ guns, I think, are still an interesting unit. I think that people were a little too quick to forego them in a Black Forest context. I mean, yeah, they die to siege onagers, but you do have Arquebus bombard cannons. So it's possible. Well, Team Barles isn't dying over here. Poor Nerfkex. Yeah, he's dying pretty hard. But to be fair, I feel like Nerfkex is doing the best he can given his situation. And really, it was just a team decision to have yellow and purple just pure boom. I mean, I guess purple was able to give a few mangonels here in the nick of time. The mangonels here defensively might have gone well if you could protect them from the knights, which isn't necessarily a guarantee. But it's not like all is lost or anything like that, because yellow's eco is significantly better than green's, who is adding in now a 4th TC. Well, guard tower's in. At least red's not getting defeated right now. Not worth attacking, evidently. Got more layers of walls coming in from Matt. And castle number 1 here from Meteo. When it comes to Khmer, I mean, 85 Vills isn't amazing, and Matt's halfway up to Imp right now. I just realized we have Meteo, Matt in the game. I'm Matthew.
Okay.
Matthews are everywhere, guys. All right, do you think Team Andy can continue the push here, guys? You have a Ballista Elephant out, so could go for some cutting stuff. Still, Matt's going to come online real soon here with his Slav infantry siege. Might want to pick up Fortified Wall, just to slow things down a little bit. And I guess this is still open, to be fair, but there aren't really any fast units to, I think, apply pressure to Matt in time. Where is he? Does he have no barracks? Okay, oh, there's his barracks. Okay, well, this is going to be what he wants in the short run, and you can see the idea of just... You get Edgar and Matt up to speed with Imperial Age, and then just use that to push back on this side like crazy. Bail out red and help keep him alive, and then Barles just locks down this side defensively. I know, it is objectively depressing to see all these Slav fishing ships. Well, the side paths? I mean, these guys aren't getting attacked at all anytime soon. Not sure what those Vills are doing. Yeah, it's actually Andy himself that's got some walls over here. Now, interestingly, he's not going for a fast imp behind this. Andy is still booming, just traditionally. It is better than Federia's if you can get away with it, and I think that Andy realized that he doesn't need imp as quickly. I mean, he's getting imp now, but it's on 80 villagers instead of on 50. And likely what he's going to need to do is go for some monk support. Help convert those siege onagers for his ally. Slav fishing ships in the center. It's always the case, man. Chaos to win here with a ram. He's on 3 TCs, but Barles is on 4 TCs. Paladin is on its way, and now the question is, guys, is the counterattack going to be good enough? Have we seen Team Barles hold on long enough? I feel like the answer could very well be yes. Barracks are coming in, but it's going to be just a worse Halb Siege Civ for green than it is for purple. In theory, once Druzhna comes in, which, to be fair, it isn't in yet, unless I'm much mistaken. Nope. Credit here for Nervecax. Again, like, basically left to die. And he's not dead. I mean, he's on 54 vills and stuck in the corner of the map, but there is something to be said for not being completely dead right now. Andy, like I said, going to want to get those monks to help deal with all of the... Oh my goodness, look at this. This is ugly. Guess it works. A few knights running in to try and snipe some monitors, but that doesn't seem like it will be especially successful. At the very least, Bulgarians can get SO maybe a little bit more quickly. Edgar is going to build another castle here. More paladins are on the way. Faith coming in even for Matt. Flexing the fact that Slavs used to not have faith, but now have faith. No heresy, though, for Slavs. Yep, castle obviously going to go down right there. Even Nervecax is building up a castle here. You do have Chaos to win on the way to Imperial Age, whereas Barles is still just defending. The T-Nets coming in. I mean, Boyars are a very real option. Gonna have the fully upgraded Paladins here for Huns in just a moment. Yeah, no Druzhna yet. That's the big difference maker in the big Halb fights. A few Organ Guns to help, a few Monks to help support. Gonna buy you some time, but again, it's buying time into what? Vodka's gonna be able to make it to full post-imp. So is Matt. Bulgarians and Slavs are quite similar civs. But Cyan really isn't able to offer a whole lot. He's going Halb at the moment. Which just doesn't... I don't know, Khmer just don't feel very exciting in this situation. What are the Halbs for, actually? Got some siege rams, I guess. Wouldn't, like, any cav unit be better? You have several to choose from as the Khmer. No siege onager yet for either infantry siege player. And like I said, without Druzhna... Oh, no, sorry, Druzhna's in. Never mind. Yep. Slav Halbs are going to dominate. Druzhna's insane. Paladin's there to support too. Even a lone Arambai is here to offer token support. And Team Barles now getting a bit of a score lead. Barles still holding on this side, 1v2 reasonably well. Fortified wall is about to be in. Yeah, I mean, the fact that Barles is in Castle Age is obviously really rough for him. That said, I feel like the overall army advantage is just going to be so deadly here. I mean, we saw from the very early parts of the game, from the immediate decision to have both pockets go for a pure boom, that this game was going to look like this. Rely on Barles and his power with the Turks to stall on this side, and then have the big push over here from the two pockets especially. That's exactly how we're seeing this play out. Siege Rams are coming in here. They know they need to push, but I just don't think that... I'm not sure it's enough, guys. Maybe if Bulgarians were a bit of a better civ here. Like, maybe if this was at least, like, Teutons. Or maybe you could get your Baggins' swordsman plus Hal, but then it's rough dealing with the Paladins. Paladins, they actually used to have Paladins. They're the only civ that had Paladin and then lost it. But Stirrups back then only affected the light cav line and Konix. Then they just made it affect all cavalry and then take away Paladin. Gives the civ a little bit more diversity. Anyway, Paladins, Auditors soaring through here. There are 17 siege rams over here. Like, again, I feel like, at least on the siege front, this is absolutely the right idea. Barles is trying to make a quick escape. SO is on the way for both of these pockets. And Andy does have a 50 vil lead. Maybe upgrade? Yeah, I mean, this, you know, Age of Empires is happening right here. I feel like maybe they overestimated Barles' ability to hold, especially with the great combo of the Siege from Metu. Again, those Siege Rams I think were such a good idea. I'm not entirely sure about the Halbs specifically, but at the very least it does prevent the Paladins from coming back to this side. I mean, look at this. Barles is just getting deleted. Red's getting back up to speed, though. Rombai are going to be a good ranged support unit, especially if you can keep them away from siege onagers. And Team Andy actually have a decent lead in terms of the military. Andy himself is just trying to make some skirmishers. The monks are here to do what they can. Siege onagers are in, but there just aren't that many of them. Lead to Rombai coming in. And this is the issue with the fishing ships, right? It's now going to be a really tough defense to make. The Drummonds are here, though, and they're really good at stalling. Start drumming up some business, and now Purple's going to be forced to deal with this on the other side, and that's going to slow down the push over here. I mean, I guess Red's coming back online, which is going to be a big help. Big SO hit right there. This could be exactly what Team Andy needs to start to stall this out. I mean, Barles is on 30 pop right now. He's super, super dead. I think they just really overestimated how well he could defend, and like I said, that Siege Ram move, if it was Metu himself or one of the allies that suggested it, very, very inspired. Yeah. Huge Vil count right now for Andy, but no real army, but he is at least switching over into some bombard cannons. Arambai were trapped. The Arambai play made a lot of sense when they were pushing 3v1, as Arambai plus Slav infantry plus Paladin made a lot of sense. The issue comes from the fact that now you don't have any infantry here because Purple needs to send everything back this way, and that's not working out very well for you. And the Paladins are now being brought back, but that's where the Halbs are going to start to help out, although the Halbs are so much worse here for Cyan than they are for Purple. But it's the siege, man. This siege push, exactly what we needed to see from Team Andy. It is such a good play. He's going to get some value here. Rombai numbers are still quite low. Bulgarian infantry coming right back online. But now we're basically looking at a 3v4. Team Andy has everybody on at least 130 villagers. Oh. Or Halbs. Try and go for some conversions there. The army values are comparable. Raid is going to be a big issue, though. You have a market right there for Barles. Oh, Trebs! Uh-oh. Well, that's a lot of resources down the drain. Get to Andy? Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're still able to hold Andy's close to 200 pop is huge. And now Red's starting to crumble here. Oh boy. Team Barles are not done yet. Issue is that Barles is still at a really, really low pop count, so it's going to be a long time before he's doing anything. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold both sides for much longer. I mean, this initial hold was honestly super impressive. But right now, I'm not too sure how you can do this all that effectively going forward. But yeah, Barles is just too far gone. They're not going to have a good trade setup. It's a best of 5. You need to conserve your strength, and that is going to be a tied series at 1-1. Again, I think that it was 2 decisions. One, it was the decision that Barles could hold off on this side all by himself, and they try and triple the other side. And 2, it was the decision to go for the siege push. The heavy, heavy, heavy siege rams just to kill Barles right away. And then suddenly, this push got stalled out just long enough, and it was another very close game. But Team Andy able to take it. And so far to go. Yeah, I mean, that was just red was so far back. But that was, again, because of the decision to leave red out to dry 1v2 while the pockets just went for a pure boom. And maybe Hun's player had to go a little bit more aggressive. It's Slavs losing, Huns losing, Turks losing, and Burmese losing. That's a decent bit of draft priority, with Bulgarians winning, Portuguese winning, Aztecs winning, and Bulgarian. Oh, come here. Of course, the siege rams. So yeah, honestly, a bit of a draft win there for Team Andy as well. All right, guys. Great series so far. Let's see how this is going to go. I am intrigued. Well, we got 3 players in the lobby. That's something, I guess. Ornlu scoreboard. Barles, you missed Miss Barles losing with Turks though, Nerfox. All right, we got 6 players now in the lobby. That is something. Any minute. Any minute. any minute now. Hello, Nick. 7 players only in the lobby. You know, would kind of be hoping for a number higher than that. All right. I am putting my foot down. I'm going to go get some food. Be right back. Well, now they've got 8 in the lobby. Maybe they're about to start. Who knows? Did you know that starting a game of AoE is the single most difficult thing to do of all time? Age of rocket surgery? Exactly. All right, here we go. Oh, we got some weird civs. They're going with some weaker civs overall, guys. Okay, there's something happening. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 3. We are all tied up at 1 apiece. Great series so far. We'll have Nervekex getting that IRL Civ boost and color boost. Oh my goodness. Player country right and color right. That's a sick combo. There'll be the Poles over here on the east flank. Imperio's joining the game again. He'll be the yellow Persians in the pocket. Matt's going to be the purple Georgians in the other pocket. And Barles himself is going to be the orange Gujaras here to the west as we have a bit of a Pausarino. Unfair pawns adminry. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. Come on. Lakery, yep.
准备就绪，命令。
Yep. Poles are nice. I'm not the biggest fan of the pole flank. Usually just end up going cav archers and bombard cannons. I don't think so. Admin says re. Uh-oh, drama. Drama. Again, if this difference is enough to be an admin re, I feel like the pawns are fundamentally broken. If, like, that small aspect of the map is literally creating a non-competitive advantage, I think that there's just something wrong with pawns. And now it's going to take them forever to actually get back in the game, which is the annoying thing. Guys, we don't even have a lobby yet. Well, I'm gonna go get some food now then. Still missed literally nothing. They did a restart because it was deemed the pawns were unfair. What am I having? I'm just having some nachos and fresh salsa, an apple, and a yogurt. Anyway, we got a game, finally. Anyway, we got some weird freaking civs in this one, guys. Let's get into it. Already with the Ville fight over here. To the east in the gray as the Incas. It will be chaos to win for Team Andy. Meti will be in the cyan as the Cumans in the pocket. Vodka's going to be the green Mapuche in the other pocket. And Andy's going to be the blue woo, the oo-woo blue woo to the west. It's basically German cuisine. No, that's not too far off. But, like, depends on where you are, really. Anyway, Team Barles, they lost the last one. Barles himself will be the orange Gajaras here to the west. Matt's going to be the purple Georgians in the pocket. Imperio is going to be the yellow Persians in the other pocket. And Nervkex is the red Poles to the east. This is a very spiderwebby map of Black Forest. Yeah, Barles has very little room with which to work. There's like a cut path over here. There's one over here. There's one over here. There's one over here. Lots of lattice work here between the players. It is 2 pawns per team. But yeah, we have some weird civs. Andy's team is going to win fast if they're going to win at all. They've got to have something cooked up. Humans are pocket. Well, gonna get a little bit of that walling off over there. And now still more Ville fighting. Barles especially is not going to want to be stuck back here. He's going to want every little bit of space he can. But yeah, I mean, as far as the Civ matchups go, Wu versus Gurjaras, I think I like Gurjaras more. They're better at the Ville fighting stuff. And you can get to Elephant Archers eventually. I mean, they're just like a good solid flank Civ. Wu do have the Fire Archer stuff, and they can go Howled Traction Treb in late game, but it still doesn't really feel all that great most of the time. Other side, Incas versus Poles. Both Civs are pretty bad. That said, Poles will probably be able to support better with, like, Cav Archers and Bombard Cannons. And maybe Winged Hussar spam if you really want that. Incas, I mean, they die horribly to Siege Onagers, so you have to be really, really careful with them. Incas have like a very nice, efficient army, but yeah, you just have to be very careful about the enemy pockets. Anyway, Persians plus Georgians, it's really hard to argue against. Georgians, one of the best pocket civs. Vodka already docking here, though. And this is the thing, guys. It's the pocket like, humans want to win fast. Mapuche, I have literally no idea what Vodka's doing. They're like one of the worst pocket civs here, in theory. He's gonna lose the Vil too. Up. Never mind. Oh, he deserves to die, that's for sure. And there goes the villager. But yeah, Georgians plus Persians is a lot better in the late game specifically than Mapuche humans. It's just a matter of how do you get there. I mean, it's not like Mapuche are really the best civ at applying pressure either, and Georgians are one of the best civs at defending, so it's not like it's not good for Mapuche no matter what, but there has to be something weird happening if Team Andy's going to want to pull off the victory. I mean, if they do, they're going to have a nice civ advantage going into the rest of the series. It sure was. Incas and Mapuche. Exactly. Sorry, guys, I am eating my lunch. Are we getting more DLCs with African civs? One, they're not going to sell as well, and two, who says we aren't getting more DLCs with African civs? I'm sure we will eventually. Dare I eat? I know. It's like the most inconsiderate thing I can do. The Europeans have in between for money. Oh, tower coming in here from Chaos to win. I mean, Viking stuff has been requested for a very long time. Anyway, green's here, and that fish boom sure isn't happening. This will allow, I guess, Chaos to win to go for a little bit of a fish boom. Might get him a nice lead over Nerve Kex. I'm dying, guys. I'm sorry. It was nice knowing you. I'm proud to have been your streamer. But yeah, no, I mean, judging off the interest, there's a lot of interest in the Viking stuff. For dying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If he wants to add new civs? Yeah. I would say so. I would say that they still think that they can make interesting civs. mean, the question is, what's the alternative, right? Let AoE 2 die? I mean, I think that the devs genuinely want to keep working on AoE 2, if that's what you think. I mean, for the most part, they're all big AoE fans. Oh, this apple's getting mushy, man. Anyway, purple is booming. I mean, yeah, the alternative is just, what, having Forgotten Empires work entirely on Age of Empires 5? I don't know about that. Well, I mean, I guess at least you're denying the fish boom. Vodka's almost up to Castle Age. I still have no idea what his plan is. Ooh, this might be greedy from Andy. This is really greedy.
什么？
Okay, Defensive Siege Workshop being rushed up. No, they're getting the next AoE 3 DLC. My understanding is that the reason that the AoE 3 DLC didn't come out when it was supposed to is because Forgotten Empires wasn't supposed to be tied up, I think, with making the China AOM DLC. But then they ended up having to do a lot of that DLC anyway, and so, you know, they can't work on everything all at once. Anyway, human player 82 Vils. I still have no idea what Vodka's doing. He's going up to 4 TCs as the Mapuche. They're gonna die horribly to Georgians in the late game. They'll probably die to Persians as well. The AOM team is basically the same as the AoE 3 team and the AoE 2 team. As far as I know, it's like almost all overlap. At least from the design front. I mean, not everybody, but, like, I don't know how effectively they're able to work on multiple games at once. Alright, Castle Age almost in here for Cyan. Is he going to be going for some Step Lancers or some Knights? Most likely. Damari Shiva Mahaja. But yeah, this is still really scary here for Andy. This is also the first game that Andy and Barles have been matched up against each other specifically. And right now, Barles is getting the better end of this. Our Sanctity and Redemption, yes and yes. How is that not a conversion? Okay, that was a conversion. Monk did go down. Blocking there from the mango. That was still pretty ridiculous, I'm not gonna lie. But this is actually why you typically mix in some scorpions, guys. You have to be a little bit concerned about this, but the camel was probably the camel scout originally, and this is insane. Holy cow, Barles is wrecking here. 36 vills and counting. Andy going way too greedy with this build. Oh my god, Barles. That's not a messing around kind of player right there, as Team Barles is currently ahead by around 60 villagers. Imperius having like the freest AFK boom here with the Persians ever. Monastery University coming in, they'll probably just overrun everything with Savars. And you mean the Civ advantage? Team Barles absolutely has the Civ advantage overall. All right, lunch has been consumed. Both pockets now on the way up to Imp here for Team Barles. Even with Matt not having a fish boom, Georgians are still with a really good economy overall. He's still 20 plus vills ahead. We do have the Bolas Riders coming in. This feels really unexciting. Oh! All right, guys. That was a good bit of revenge. That was a good bit of revenge. Three for one right there. Bolas Riders will finish off the Mangonel with the help of the other Mangonel. It does get, of course, the parting shot. How was lunch? Lunch was perfectly fine. Issue is it's still a 15 vil lead for Barles, who is on 3 TCs as well. Matt's going to be coming forward with his infantry siege stuff, and this, like, again, Mapuche should just die here. Cyan's going to bring in some Step Lancers, going to try and go up to Imp at a good time as well, but he's actually still slower than the Persian player. I mean, yeah, Imperio's even further ahead in res collected. Persians with the fish boom are pretty scary. Castle coming in for Matt. But yeah, I mean, this... I feel like maybe they needed to go even more aggressive. I don't know how, but maybe Metu doesn't go for, like, the pure boom and just, like, as soon as he hits Castle Age, he just tries to swamp in with Step Lancers, but I think Andy booming was probably a big mistake. They want to be the aggressors in mid-game. Well, that was a good hit there for Andy. Matt's still coming in with the castle, though. Again, it's not like Andy himself is going to be able to do a whole lot going forward. He's going to try and rewall, and the timing is, like, a little bit off. Like, Barles lost his army a bit faster than he would have liked it. Liked it? Yes, a bit faster than he would have liked it. How on earth is... What? I mean, I get devotions in, but what the heck? Yeah, it's the playoffs. It's the quarterfinals. It's the same thing. All right, Halbs are coming in. Onager is on its way. And it's going to be tower time, baby. Meanwhile, you got some Capt Rams and some Onagers coming in from this side, but I am all sorts of not sold on this. But they're going to try and cut around. The Cavalier and soon-to-be Savars are popping out right here, though, so I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. Wait, what? Oh, wait, it's group. Oh, that's because I, you know, copy-pasted the title wrong. All right, Auditor is here. Big counterattack incoming. Bolas Riders, though, they are still in the Castle Age. You know how scary they're going to be against these Savars? Not very scary. And remember, because Bolas Riders are slower than Cav Archers with Husbandry, they are, like, literally 0.01 tiles per second faster than these Savars. It's not great. This is all sorts of not working. Huge wall off over here from Nervkex. Doesn't really have to worry about a whole lot. Not really anything interesting happening on this side of the map. Gray is ahead of his counterpart, but it's not like Chaos to Win can do anything anyway. Not even Melon. Well, yeah, but Bolas Fighters are only slightly anti-cav. Only a little bit. They're not even Camel Archer level good. And again, these are Castle Age units. I mean, we have the imp upgrades coming in now, but not going to be great. On cannons, it works. It works just fine. Anyway, Andy is just a non-factor at this point. Barles is getting to the Imperial Age. He's going to be able to support with Elephant Archers. Oh my goodness. Yes, Georgians and Persians are very strong. Nervkex also with some Cav Archers because it's always Cav Archers. Not even the power of Buturlapu is likely to help you. I'm gonna try and get a dive bomb there on the Onagers, which is something. No SO is in yet. What's Gray doing, actually? He's gonna try and go for the Yuckers, but that's gonna be so freaking slow. SO, I mean, I feel like you kind of want both, but that's tough. Yeah, Bolas Fighters are just slightly different Cav Archers. They're better right out of the gate because they don't need as many upgrades, but their ceiling is lower. Although you can get the pass-through damage, which is pretty sick. Anyway, Siege Onager is now on the way here for Matt. The towers are going to be a just complete nightmare to try and stop. Oh boy. I mean, to be fair, Vodka's trying to make the most he possibly can out of the Bolas Riders, and credit to him for that, but it feels like a losing battle, to say the least. It's basically just about when the Siege Onager upgrade comes in, and even this push is happening over here. I still have no idea what Chaos to Win is able to do with the Kameyuks. And now the Ellie Archers are going to be here too. Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's 58 Bolas Riders, 62 actually in total. Where is the army? I guess they didn't really have as much forward production as they needed, to be honest. This push is now happening, though, and that's going to be pretty annoying to try and stop. Big wave of Savaras coming in. They do need Blast Furnace, though. Yeah, now that Siege Onager's in, things are going to start to probably be extremely painful. Oh, no. Lag. Lag. Oh, nice snipes there with the Trebs. I mean, yeah, you cleaned this up, guys. No way they find this as a comp that works, right? Right? Like, this shouldn't work. Are Savaras better than Paladins in the... they're similar. They're both very good. Like, they each have units that they're slightly better than the other against, but it's pretty comparable. In general, Savars are, like, basically the equivalent of good paladins. More towers. Got a castle coming in over here as well. There's Kshatriyas. But honestly, guys, Team Andy's holding a lot better than I thought they would. This push is still happening, though, from red. That's going to be quite annoying. Yeah, they tap out. I mean, an admirable effort, but they knew that they were in a deep hole with the civs, so I don't think they're especially surprised they lost this one. I mean, Vodka tried, though. He tried to Mari his way to victory, and we got to give him credit for that. Mari squared. But Team Andy will have to win out from here if they want to keep their hopes and or dreams alive. You can see that is Poles winning, and Persians, and Georgians, and Gurjaras. Last pick. Fourth to last pick. Humans are pretty high up there still. I mean, it's... well, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Advocated for what? All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's see, guys. Is Team Andy going to be able to drag us to a game number 5, kicking and screaming? With pure rage and disgust. Who are we kicking? I don't know. Nobody, I hope. That would be mean. You're slowly reading the Silmarillion? Well, good luck with you. I love the Silmarillion. Any minute now. Fall of Hyperion? Is that a Borderlands reference? Calling yourself evil? It's just ridiculous. Good night. Any minute now, guys. There we go. Thar failed to download match content. 3-0 up. Aren't they up against Sauls? If we would be able to choose. I don't know if we can stop the wheels of progress, so to say. I mean, I think the best answer is ethical use of AI. Like, is there an instance in human history where we mass forgo technology because we're worried about it? I just think that we're sort of in this completely untapped territory, and even something as relatively low-tech as social media is already tearing at the fabric of society. For the A-bomb? Yeah, like... Which would I choose? I absolutely go without AI, but I grew up without AI. I don't need it in my life. Anyway. Bill goes down there, like asbestos and stuff. Well, I thought that was also in large part because we were able to find alternatives to it. I don't... Like, AI just makes stuff faster, right? Wait. What? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it, like, crossed over the corner, but no, it just walked out. AI shifted to mean... Well, that's the AI that people certainly think of the most. Anyway. Live near? Oh, I imagine, yeah. I hear there's super loud train water and then pollute water. Anyway, Andy going to be here in the blue as the Bengalis. This is their tournament life on the line. Vodka's going to be the green Ethiopians in the pocket. Metu's going to be the cyan Spanish in the other pocket. And Chaos to Win's going to be the gray Musica on the west flank. Okay, this is a strong setup of Civs. It's pick 1, pick 2, top tier pick, or like high pick in Bengalis, and then the Muisca. Kappa. Their last game Civ, though, if they make it, are not going to be good. Like, they're really going all in with the Civs here. Guys, their last, if they win this game, they'll have Malay, Jurchens, Wei, Romans as their Civs, which is not... Oh, wait, no, they'll also have one more, right? Vietnamese. A little better, but yeah. We'll see. Anyway, on the flippity flip, Nervkex is going to be the red Hindustanis here to the west. Magyar's here for Imperio in the pocket. Matt is the purple Sicilians in the other pocket. And Barles himself as the orange Italians on the east flank. Once again, Andy and Barles are matched up against each other. And looks like Andy was investing more and or got the early Ville kills that he was looking for. Yeah, nothing too crazy so far. No kills there. So, a small serving. Yeah, just the 2 choke points.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I guess this is sort of 3, but point is not a whole lot of room to punch through. There's like layers of like a horizontal choke point on the side, but it doesn't connect the enemy teams. It connects the flanks on the same team. So the pockets are all very far away from each other. The pockets also all have pretty easy accesses to fish booms. So we will see. But yeah, as far as like the Civ matchups go, Hindustanis and Muisca. I do like the monk rushing potential of Muisca, especially like with some temple guards and siege and all that. Like that's quite good. Their fast imping is also very powerful. But as the game goes on, Hindustanis are just going to be a lot better. Stronger units to offer with their gunpowder. Caravanserais are a great thing to add to the team. Although the Muisca team bonus is really nice with the longer-lasting gold sources. Yeah, you have to push a lot on this map. Other flank matchup, Italians versus Bengalis. I really like both of these civs. But neither having a fish boom feels better for the Bengalis, because they obviously don't need a fish boom. And you could argue that Genoese crossbowmen counter most everything that Bengalis make. And I don't disagree with you.
Hey.
But the reduced bonus damage does matter a lot, as you only get a little bit of bonus damage anyway. And Elephant Archers are just such an insane unit in general. So I feel like I might actually like Bengalis a little bit more. On blanket, yeah, that's usually what they do, is they go to hand cannoneers. Hindustanis are a solid, like, B-tier flank civ. No, hand cannons you can do on a low eco. Chautauqua's a lot cheaper than... even after it was nerfed, Chautauqua's still a pretty cheap tech. But yeah, I mean, I would say, like, Muisca C-tier civ, Hindustani's B-tier civ, upper B-tier, low A-tier, and high A-tier. Guess we have our grilled meats. I mean, yeah. Lots of grilled meat. But yeah, pocket combos, Magyars and Sicilians versus Spanish and Ethiopians. Now, Spanish are kind of interesting because theirs was the #1 civ pick. So Team Andy clearly thinks that Spanish are still one of the best BF civs. They used to be. I personally am a little bit lower on them than I, back in the day, just because it feels like there's a lot of other very good options out there, and the Spanish military isn't, like, that amazing. But their team bonus is still great. I mean, you have, like, the Spanish team bonus is never something that is going to be completely useless in a long game. And compared to Magyar, Spanish are still way better. Magyar Cav Archers can be very good. Their Paladin play is super generic. Their eco isn't amazing, although having the Fish Boom does help a lot. In mid-game, they're also can be solid as well, but I don't see stable or anything like that. It's just Market Blacksmith. Punks, it's always something that you have to keep in mind. And, like, personally, I'm always going to be a fan of Spanish. They're one of my favorite civs. Ethiopians versus Sicilians? I forget where we put these two in the tier list. I think I like Ethiopians a little bit more. You have the better siege than Sicilians. That said, Sicilians do have sergeants, and they have their donjons. So it's not like Sicilians are bad. And Ethiopians indeed can go ARBs, depending on the situation. I've seen pocket ARBs from Ethiopian, like in early Imp, actually win games. They get where they're going faster? Do they? I mean, both have sort of low-ish tier eco bonuses. I mean, Sicilians especially, if you're fish booming, you don't have the farm bonus at all. Sicilians also can go Cavalier if they really need to, but with Magyars, that's not likely going to be a thing. But yeah, just booming. Assuming farming? Yeah, but why farm when you can fish, McNeely? That's the thing. Remember, all 4 pockets are getting a fish boom. Alright, Castle coming in here for Chaos to win. Nervekex with a Mangonel. Whereas this side has both players seemingly content to just boom away. Barles just adding TCs. One TC actually only here for Andy. Curious as to what... Oh, never mind. Okay, just adding another one. Do rate strong towers? Yep, and donjons are great, for sure. To boom faster. It's usually less the case with the fish because the up timings are a little bit different. Like if you're playing arena and you can get like a really quick cast lifetime, like 23+2 into boom, which you can totally do. That's really sick. But if you're going up later anyway, Ethiopians don't really get as much of an advantage with their free resources. Big blob of SO and held faster than Ethiopians? I feel like they would be pretty comparable. I think the big difference that you're probably thinking of subconsciously is torsion engines, and torsion engines being slower. But because Sicilians themselves don't have an insane bonus or anything like that, I don't think it really matters. Salam Nesh. Anyway, Gwetcha time. You don't want to sit around and let this matchup go late. But really, this is just flank stuff. None of the pockets are doing anything remotely aggressive. Ow. Ongo. Like I've said before, it's really disappointing that Muisca had to come in the same expansion as Mapuche, because Ongo would have otherwise been a top-tier voice line. That would have been the most memorable of the DLC. From the farm upgrades. Again, if we're not talking a fish boom, I totally agree. But because it's a fish boom v fish boom, it basically cancels out. Sicilians really only have their faster building TCs. You don't heavily farm? Yeah, you still need a decent amount of farms, yeah. I mean, not paladin level, but yeah, pretty decent. Oh, Gwetcha's coming in. Ooh. On the map? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's the difference. But then we get to the old Ornlu argument that fish booming takes away a lot of the diversity and nuance of booming when it comes to civs having different eco bonuses, because there's like very few civs that have a more interesting fish boom than a land boom. Splat. Like, almost all civs have a less interesting fish boom than a regular boom, or it's basically the same, one way or the other, because their eco bonus helps both. Or they don't have an eco bonus help both. Like, Magyars, their fish boom and land boom is exactly the same because they don't have an eco bonus either way. Whereas the same goes for Celts, where they have faster working lumberjacks, works the same, really, for both fish booming and farm booming. That's not, well, it actually does mean that those units were alive when they otherwise wouldn't be. But yeah, obviously Chaos to Win not doing anything right now. Nerfhex just chilling. Grey still only on the 1 TC. Japanese, Italians, Vikings, Malay, the big one. Oh, well, I guess that's not really the end of the world. And also, Vikings actually have a better farm boom than a fish boom, because although the cheaper docks are nice, free wheelbarrow and handcart is significantly more useful when farming than fish booming. Alright, first one up to Imp's gonna be Matt. 119 vills for him. I mean, Matt is absolutely one of the very best, like, pure pocket infantry siege players out there. Anyway, the ongoing will continue until morale improves. Gonna now go for the house conversion, and Red's gonna need to be very careful. Muisca still have a lot of strong offensive options. Sling, yeah. Ah, yes, my apologies. Yeah, Archdian. The point isn't, is there situations where farm booming is better than fish booming? Because I don't think that's ever the case. The question is, how many civs have a more interesting fish boom, like mechanics-wise, balance-wise, than they do a farm boom? Looks wrong. Welcome to AoE 2, boy. Especially a civ that has a farming bonus, it's so painful. But, like I said, you literally always want to fish boom if you can. Castle coming up over here, and Nerfkex is trying to defend, but thus far, Chaos to Win has been able to break through. Everybody else is on the way up to Imp right now, except for Red and Gray. And I'm not too sure what Barles is doing. Fortified wall? I mean, I guess you want to get to Genoese crossbowmen and bombard cannons and bombard towers and stuff. Betcha we're going to get nothing done. I thought so too for a while, but the monks with redemption, of course, are really good, and then going for the house convert there was a cute move. And Gwetches are still pretty strong units. I still think that they're probably a bit too good in Castle Age and a bit too weak in Imperial Age. But I also feel like Muisca might need one of Halb or Ring Archer armor. I would really like one, at least. Make their standard units a little less awful. Anyway, it seems like Andy's just chilling, walling up the middle. He's probably just going to eventually get to Elephant Archers, making a couple Rothas at least for the time being. Vodka coming in here as well. Furio doing Paladins. Gwetcha still ongoing. And Metiu, of course, going to also be going for Paladins. Lack of it's really painful. Buff skirms too. On the one hand, I think that Halb is like the most is probably the best thing. I just think it feels really lousy that you're a civ, like you're an archer civ as the Muisca. And your skirmishers are below average, and your archers, although faster and with more melee armor, are still missing pierce armor. Like, Italians and Vietnamese are less archer-focused than Muisca are, and they get strictly better than average arms. You know what I mean? It just feels a little painful. Oh, well, that's always the issue with any sort of unit like this. Yeah, Temple Guards are actually a very good anti-cab unit. But the issue is that, you know, it's a gold unit. And Muisca Trash is, like, literally awful. I mean... Oh, Vodka opened bombard cannons. This feels a little surprising, especially when you saw all of the walls. The UT and Archer bonus switching? Wait. So, the UT would give you extra armor, and you'd get... Well, then your chompies are bad early on. Into Khmer? Yeah, basically you need to get to, like, Temple Guard plus Siege Onager, which is obviously kind of a lot to ask for. Alright, looks like we're good. SO is on the way. Imagine SO is going to be on the way soon. But right now, we're having Vodka slowly but steadily push forward. He's got torsion engines in, and it is going to just be down to Barles to defend. Condos are also a very real option here for somebody, although I guess you don't really have the infrastructure set up for it. I mean, you're on 131 bills, you can afford it. It's just a matter of having the buildings and upgrades. Open, yeah, then it's like you have no mobility either, and it just feels really lousy. In general, I do like the Muisca. I think they're a cool civ, but it feels like, you know, they just need a little bit more iterating. I wish, you know, it's like a civ that you wish could do standard play a little bit better. Well, you get the extra blast damage and access to siege engineers, and that's going to make it really tough for even the cheap Italian bombard cannons to come in and do a whole lot. Halbs are coming in too. Are Muisca a good campaign civ? It's hard to say because they're in such a average campaign. In the design space, I agree. Wait, Elite Genbo coming in. No fortified wall for the Muisca, though. Matt's here with his siege onagers. But you still have great monks as the Muisca. Sicilians, do get extra conversion resistance if you research First Crusade, which is really nice. And oh, no! No! Matthew! No! No! Did you see that, guys? Oh, no. Oh, if you missed it, the bombard cannons destroyed his allies' walls and just immediately let the paladins flood in. Oh, no, and green's all the way on the other side of the map right now. Can't do anything to support. Oh, no. Oh, and they needed time for Andy to get his Elephant Archer mass going. We have some conks here, which is fine. And Siege Onager still isn't in for Vodka. Oh, that hurts so much. Now, Chaos to win in the Castle Age with a low eco. Shiitagni coming in. Yeah, Red's going to start to come in huge with the hand cannoneers. Now, we still have a bunch of Bengali Elephant Archers. And it's not like Orange is doing... okay. Remember, all the pushing over here does slow things down a little bit, but Italians might have a bit of difficulty pushing into Ethiopians. Just look at after the AoE2 timeline and see if that's the case. Okay, you need better micro than that. Oh! I mean, good bombard cannon hits, but, like, obviously all the focus is over here. Well, trying to get back to the high ground. Like, again, elephant archers are a really silly unit. You got some elite conks in here as well, which were buffed a while ago, remember? I guess they have one more attack. I mean, in theory, their DPS is higher than the Shiitake hand cannoneers, although their range is shorter. Yeah, full upgrades on those bad boys here for Andy. Got some condos coming in on the other side. And you know what, guys? Team Andy, they're fine. That was terrible looking for them for a while, but now I think they're just going to start to run into their big Civ advantage. Even if Gray doesn't really have a whole lot to contribute for a very long time, this is all probably enough. Barles is going to struggle to push here. No, Conks only took anti-archer bonus damage on anti-cav archer. I mean, now they do, but not back in the day. All right, look at this. We got bombard cannons from both green and from cyan. So you got good bombard cannons actually on both sides, faster firing and extra blast damage. Yes, Spanish were meta on most maps. Ooh. Funnily enough, Franks and Persians were seen as sort of lower tier paladin civs. Now it's the other way around. We wanted Huns and Spanish for the paladin civs normally. Siege coming in here from the back. Matt can try and hold the line with the siege onagers, and yes, they are still good against elephant archers. Couldn't pick team. Yeah, that was a big issue back then for sure. Remember back in the day when you could have Spanish on flank and they could still go like trush into conquistadors and it was still like a legitimate way to play AoE 2 and you didn't have to go 18 pop archers every time? When civs actually used to play to their strengths. Well, this push is still happening, guys. Got some donjons coming in. Yeah, you've got some decent upgrades. But right now, you're going to be stuck with the Magyars, who are pretty bad civ. This is huge, though. Okay, Barles really getting himself set up. Mongols, Mayan, Huns, Chinese, Spanish. Yeah, if you wanted to roll the dice with Britons, you could as well. Like, Britons were a better flank civ, but everyone was just terrified of getting the Britons' pocket. Same with Vikings. Even if you got Mayan pocket, you could go FC Plumes. So, although you would much rather them be on flank, it wasn't the end of the world if you had them pocket. Yeah, Torsion Engines is in, but now we got some keeps in as well for Barles, and uh-oh. Things are starting to look back in favor of Team Barles as he eats a big SO hit. Meta 2 for Sling? Yeah, it depends on how you got them. If you got Viking Pocket, you basically had to Sling. Although their FC Knight play was okay, and usually the meta back then was just going FC Knights in Pocket. This push is stalling out over here, whereas on the other side, this push isn't. It's a tough situation here for both teams. You have 8 Bombard Cannons. Can Barles put on the carry pants? Because he's also getting Bombard Tower as well. Italian's obviously great university. Elite Genoese Crossbowmen are an awesome unit. Vodka also on 152 bills. so many res banked up right now. Probably wishes he had a little bit more military. LE Archer numbers are at 44, but look at this. It is a stream of units here to the east. They're BVT cheap now. No Civ gets cheaper bombard towers. Well, I mean, technically Incas would if they had bombard towers, but they don't. All right, of course, you can garrison Genoese crossbowmen in the towers as well, but here we are. The towers are in. The bombards are retreating. Genoese crossbowmen are here to snipe the paladins. Imperio has his own paladins to the front. Halb's coming in for vodka. They're actually still missing some attack upgrades. Deus Volt, his first crusade is coming in. Team Andy gonna try and push this back, guys. Uh-oh. Team Andy doesn't want to go into that sweet night just yet. This is only the first quarterfinal, guys. No idea when the rest are going to be scheduled, but we got a lot of great AoE coming this weekend, most likely. Too many elephants? The power of the elephant will not be gainsaid. Paladin streaming forward, but that is now 48 elephant archers. And again, like, Genbos are fine versus the elephants. They don't get anti-cav archer damage, though, so they don't get to dip into that -4 cav archer armor. That's a big deal. So they get their anti-cav and anti-elephant bonus damage, but those are both cut by 25% for the, 25%, by the Bengali bonus. So that combined with the high HP and Pierce armor means that Genbos aren't quite as good. Anyway, now, of course, with the reinforcements here, Andy's starting to push this back like crazy. Barles himself is actually overboomed at the moment. And on this side, is Gray able to start to contribute again? Elite Temple Guard is in, and they are pretty awesome in melee combat. I actually really like Temple Guards. It's a very satisfying unit to just smack stuff with. Bombard cannons here from Metu, still trying to make something happen. The Muisca monks are quite solid as well. The donjons are great at securing the front line. How's the Caravanserai stats? We do have Caravanserais, guys. One side gets Spanish trade, one side gets Caravanserai trade. That should more or less cancel out. If you have 100% saturation, the Caravanserai are actually better than Spanish trade. But, you know, assuming like even 75-80% coverage, it's basically the same. Anyway, LE Archers are back over here from FreakinAndy. Team Andy does have the score lead. BBT here from Spanish. But now Nervkex is here with his own Hindustani bombard cannons. The lag is coming in. That's when you know the game's getting good. Interesting that he's making a bunch of monasteries instead of barracks. Doesn't really matter, to be honest, unless you want to boost your score, because monasteries do give you society score. Oh, skirms, though, they're not going to be, they're not going to cut the mustard, as I think they say in the UK. And now the paladins are coming here as well. The temple guards are there to support. This might be enough. Now that Gray is getting back into the game, this is going to open up Andy to play much more on this eastern side. Now Barles is back to walling like crazy, trying to defend here. But we got Torsion Engine SO. That's going to be a lot of blast damage. And if he ever switches into siege rams as well, those can blitz through fortified walls really fast thanks to all of that blast damage. I don't know, guys. Do you think Team Andy's going to bring this to a game number 5? I think they really could. It was a tough hold. I thought things were over when those paladins got in, but just barely able to hold on. Cannons, again, methodically taking down those donjons. Got some more BBTs coming in here from Cyan. Hand cannon numbers are looking fairly healthy, though, for red. Team Barles still has a huge army. 178 eco units is way too many, though. Oh my gosh, look, this Imperio has so much food floating and a little bit of wood floating as well that he does not need. I mean, you can sling your allies, of course, and, you know, that's probably for the best, but still, there are better ways to use your population. Now Barles is having to try and hang on over here. Remember, Bengali siege elephants are extremely good. They're, I think, as good as Gurjara siege elephants, actually. Right, it's 40% bonus damage versus 20% bonus damage with siege engineers and 20% faster attack speed with pikes. So shouldn't that it's basically the same, I think. Oh, come on! Rat! Should be, I mean, it should be. We like their civs more going into it in the first place. That said, look at the Hindustani cannonry. Got some SO here to support. The bombard towers can stave the line right now, but also way overboomed here from Gray. Uh-oh. You gotta make sure you have the proper eco balance. It's tough with trade and fishing ships necessarily to keep in mind just how much eco you have. Oh, those were some good hits, though, from Vodka. SO gonna come in here from Chaos to win, though. Luiska are a fully upgraded Siege Onager Civ. But now Team Barles is pushing here. Look at all the cannons here. This is how you have a proper late game balance. Nervkek's top score on his team. And again, he has the pop space for this. He still has a ginormous bank, actually. He probably could delete some more vills, if we're being honest. But this is how you do it, right, guys? You need to properly balance that late game. Purple's now even going to be getting Faith in, so he's going to have super mega conversion resistance on his siege weapons. Basically Teuton level. First follow. There you go, Wildebeest. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Some conversions being attempted over there on the orange bombard cannons, and those are going to be successful. No heresy for Italians. They have everything else at the monastery. Siege Onagers trying to be brought forward here. Remember, they have the same range as the Hindustani hand cannoneers. But now the Paladins here still at the front. Gonna get those important snipes in. Army values, again, very comparable for the two teams. We thought this map could go late. You have a lot of surface area you need to push through. And right now, I don't think it's decisive at all. And these teams still have a little bit of a score lead. And they're starting to push back over here as the Elephant Archers show up on this side. But does that open up things here to the east? As now there's a lot of Paladins here. Yes, the Italians don't get heresy. Paladins, are they enough? The bombard cannons and the siege onagers are in a really top spot. Genoese crossbowmen still here as well. Well, now you have the SO pushing back over here, getting some good hits onto the halves. The bombard towers are getting set up. Got Supremacy just now coming in. And the Temple Guards are going to start to go to town with buildings. Remember, Temple Guards are very good against buildings. Still a very slight score lead here for Team Andy overall. Just fix the overboom. You're still on 160 bills in Spanish, but I guess that's not the worst thing ever if you're building bombard towers on the front lines, but still 47 vills. This is much more reasonable for all of the other players, though, in terms of vill count. Imperio's reduced his vill count. 138's fine here. This is fine over here. Barles definitely is also overboomed just a little bit. 74 trade carts. Having the concept of heresy? Well, it's the opposite of faith, right? So faith makes you harder to convert, whereas heresy means that your converted units die instead of going over. So I guess it's you have greater faith in your own religion, making yourself harder to convert, versus your units turning into heretics and just dying instead of being converted to the enemy religion. I guess that's the logic there. All right, we got the SO coming here from the Muisca player. Those hand cannons with Shiitagni doing work, though, from Nerf Hex. You just mostly get converted back and forth. I mean, guys, it is just an absolute mosh pit here on both sides. Bombard towers coming in, though. And it feels like you still have a better setup in the long run here with Team Andy. I want to see that game 5, so I hope they win this one. The game is barely functioning at the moment. Some Armored Elephants might not be a bad addition here as well. Genoese Crossbowmen actually have all of their bonus damage negated, so they deal 1 damage to Armored Elephants, for those who don't know. Oh, gotta be careful there. Paladins do take some big hits. But the Bombard Towers here from Metu could end up being decisive. Populations, again, they're still comparable from both teams. Trying to go for some more conversions there. Hindustanis also don't have heresy. Now the Siege Onagers coming in at the back from Chaos. Are the Donjons and the hand cannons enough to hold the line? These Donjons are racking up the kills. And they do so much damage here at the front. And that castle's going down, guys. 46 kills on it. And Team Andy, look at this. They have almost double the army value now. Like there's a cut happening. But there are fortified walls here and bombard towers, so I'm not too sold on that doing a whole heck of a lot. Another hit there. More BBT. The Elephant Archer split from Andy has been absolutely essential. But the Ellie Archers, guys, they're coming in, and I just don't think there's enough to stop this. The Genbos are only at 15 at the moment. Donjons compared to Keeps? It's a little bit different. Donjons are obviously more expensive. They have a ton of HP because they benefit from porting. So 3575 HP. Remember, castles have 4800 by default. Their base attack is a lot lower, but they fire more arrows. So they do more damage against units with lower armor and a little bit of less damage against units with higher armor. Yeah, only 1 castle for Genbo. Production's obviously really rough. Oh, some good SO hits there as well from Vodka. And guys, I don't think Team Andy is ready to be eliminated just yet. Yeah, this feels like it's still going to be a very slow process. The target getting blown up by bombard towers, elephants just trundling across the map. Yeah, that was a change a while ago. One of the many buffs to Sicilians that they've gotten over the years. Ornlu stream? It's been 1 day since I've streamed. Alright, now Cav Archers are coming in. This isn't really what you want. Guys, Team Andy are not going out just yet. $100 pop advantage for these guys. More BBT here. Feel wrong. They feel like they're not going to be good enough here, that's for sure. I mean, just look at this wall of BBT, man. Yeah, Bulgarians don't get hoardings as a way to have them focus more on their creposts. To the trade attack? Oh, this? I mean, it's... Remember, the trade's back here. Do you see how much longer it's going to take before they actually get to the trade? From hoardings? They do on all techs, that's true. But yeah, Vodka's got tons of resources. Not as many siege units as you might want, but honestly, Vodka's still been very effective in general with his SO. Metu, though, really coming in clutch, especially after the incident earlier, shall we say, with the attack round on the Allied wall. Because these bombard towers, with the Supremacy Vills in the front line, absolutely essential in making this push happen. 78 trade cards, you can buy stone for ridiculous prices. And this push is still happening. The Elephant Archer distribution has been essential here. And this is tough to do if you're Andy. And Team Andy, guys, they are almost certainly going to be taking this one. Team Barles, they were the only team to go undefeated in the group stage. Well, I mean, they lost individual games, but they didn't lose any sets. I mean, yeah, Red's running out of army real fast. Elephant Archers are very good against the Bombard Cannons. The SO here at the back just chilling. Looks like a lot of other units got flattened here. And GG is called, guys. Our first playoff set in Rage 4-6 is a going all 5 games. Thank you so much to everyone who's joining me. Hope you're having a good time. Andy with 900 kills with those Elephant Archers. I mean, yeah, of course, elephants are just so insane. Oh, yeah, you do also get that Bengali trade bonus. Not bad at all. What is playoffs? Is the phrase playoffs an American phrase? Like, everyone knows what playoffs are. Really? I had no idea it was an American phrase. Like, the playoffs are the knockout stage of a tournament. Knockout phase? Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just what we call them here, I guess. I had no idea, though. But this is what I said way at the start of the last match. Look at this. Number 1 pick, number 2 pick, top 10 pick, and then Wiska. Whereas, look at the civs here on the other side. Italians lost. Magyar's lost, Sicilians lost, and Hindustanis lost. That's a bit more even. That said, Andy's had the better, arguably the better civ drafting overall. Knockout, mixed format. Yeah, it's more fun that way. All right, guys, so this is going to be it. Brayton got lower tiered than Andy. Well, let's look at it. You have 5 civs to pick from, I think. Yeah. Dravidians, Pocket. Hadar, Pocket. Mali and Chinese, Viking flank are all bad. Meanwhile, Jurchen Pocket. Malay can go Pocket or flank. The thing with the Malay Pocket is if you don't have the fish boom, they're really unimpressive. Like, the timing with elephants and the fish boom, we've seen win games. Like, no problem there. It feels very risky, though, because you're not guaranteed to get that fish boom in Pocket. You're gonna need to pick one of Romans or Wei. It's funny, because we had so many good civs in the last game that now we're kind of getting the dregs. Jurchens and Dravidians, I mean, Thunderclap Bombs is pretty good. Happened to T West? I don't know. I am not the master of the T West. I might look like it, but you know. Why not? You know, T West and I have a very special relationship, but we don't make that all public on stream. No copy? What do you mean? There are 5 civs left, and you need to pick 4 of them. Master and slave? Exactly. I casted with T West a bunch when he was starting out as a mainly a caster. I can unmake him. Yeah, it's only 1 civ per team. About said relationship. The team Barles SO civ? Yeah, I mean, both teams have rough civs, for sure. A lot of the very best civs are gone. Like I said, to me, oh wait, I missed Vietnamese. Ooh, I think I like that more, actually. Vietnamese are a solid flank. Text or something? No, don't have anything. I mean, TOS and I have covered for each other in the past, if somebody's been having issues or something. You like Tadars a lot? That sound like Sensar. Again, as somebody who loves Tadars, I don't think they're very good. Enjoy my cast, then? You mean the better cast? Chinese as a paladin civ? I mean, you can. It would be bad, but you can. I mean, I'm looking forward to this, though. This is spicy, guys. Yeah, the Dravidians are the best civ remaining. For sure. But they're an SO civ without siege engineers. So although they're workable, because you do have a nice discount with the cheaper wood cost, and your halbs are also insane, and your champions are also good, and you have elephant archers, like Dravidians are a very good civ. Do they feel quite as strong as some of the other civs? No. And then you have the Jurchens thing, where I love Jurchens. I feel like they never live up to how good they should be. For a civ that should have the equivalent of fully upgraded siege onagers, bombard cannons, and buildings that regenerate HP with like good defenses. Byzantine paladins do beat Chinese cavalier, yes. Jurchens Vietnamese way? Yeah, Jurchen, well, I mean, the question is, right, like, Jurchens are going to be pocket, Vietnamese are going to be flank. These civs should do just fine in those roles, respectively. I would skip Wei. I am so unimpressed whenever I see Wei in BF. They're stupid on so many other settings, way too strong, so to say. But I think Romans might be better. Like, I'm going, I'm Team Andy and I am in charge of things. I go Jurchen pocket, Vietnamese flank, and then it's just a roll of the dice. Do you go for the high upside Malay pocket with a fish boom? And then you go Roman flank and just try and hold on with whatever? I don't know, guys. There's plenty to talk about with these civs remaining, but we are just going to see them right now. So let's get into this, guys. Yeah, I personally like Chinese more than Vikings, but I'm not a super vil fighty playstyle kind of guy. As Barles is immediately going to pause the game. Yeah, this actually has an admin tree. Look at this pond. It's so sad. Guys, pond size matters. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, you should have a pond with 3 shorefish in it. It's a 1-fish puddle. Exactly, Barles is right. It's a puddle. Alright, guys, there's going to be so much to talk about in this game, though. Flooded parking lot, yeah. Come on, guys, I want to get into this. We'll talk about it in a second. So we've got the League to cast tomorrow. Onimaru, Vanguard, and LY. That's going to be really important for Onimaru, Vanguard, the Doubt team. There's a lot of bottom of the barrel civ picks, yeah. Again, I'm going to, in general, prioritize Rage Forest over the League because this is the end of Rage Forest, whereas it's the beginning-ish of the League, so that's how I'm going to do things. Also, tomorrow I have my set for the League Community League with Folder and Bucket. We're 100% correct? Oh, aren't you special? Yeah, it doesn't seem like the next RF set's going to be for another 1 day and 15 hours. Team Valos versus Team Sato, which should be a really good set. All right, guys. No restarts? Are we good to go? Are we happening? All right, guys, here we go. Game number 5. This is for literally 123% of the marbles. Already a Deadville. Barles is going Chinese. Oh, and this is not what you want here. Andy and Barles right up against each other. They are going to go Malay flank. And, you know, no pond here for Andy unless he goes all the way to the pocket. Already the lame coming in. This is the downside of Chinese. As somebody who loves playing Chinese. Literally my last game of BF, I was Chinese flank, and it was awesome. Because I wasn't having to Vil fight. And didn't run into siege onagers. Vil there will go down. Big, big fight. Elephant there was successfully lamed, though. Only 1 pond per team, by the looks of things. Rocket Cart? No, I made Chuko new. And Rocket Carts and Siege Rams and Trebs. And walls and towers. Anyway, Barles going to be the orange Chinese here on the flank. Matt's going to be the purple Dravidians in the pocket. Imperio going to be the yellow Tatars in the other pocket. And Nervkek's going to rock the Malians here on the west flank. Their opponents trying to come back from the depths. We'll have Chaos to win as the Grey Vietnamese on the flank. Metu as the Cyan Wei in the pocket, so not going Romans, opting for Wei instead, whereas Vikings were eschewed here for Team Barles. Vodka's going to be the green Jurchens in the other pocket. And Andy himself, the blue Malay here on the north flank. Still more Vil fighting happening. We're looking at blue at 10 Vils and orange at 12 Vils. So honestly, despite the lame, if Barles can keep up the food income, which he should be able to, I think. Yeah, Barles is actually having a really good start here. Again, in the context of being Chinese and getting lamed, he's still ahead by 2 Vils. That feels really important. That said, Andy will have all of these elephants over here. And yet, I mean, look at this from Andy. From Barles. He's going to have the forward walls. Meanwhile, there is this big path here between the 2 opposing flanks that's completely open. It's filled with elephants as well. So we'll actually have to see if We're going to see a ton of aggression coming through there because this choke point's just walled off, very normal. Gray on 14 bills, red on 13 bills, so maybe a bit better for Chaos to win. Yeah, it looks like Nerfkex lost a bill.
Viking điện hạ.
Oh, but Nerfkex is here. I think they did spot it. Yeah, Gray pinged it. But what this does mean is that you could just be in a situation where the fishing ships can't do anything because red's up faster. We'll have to see how quickly Nerfkex can get to Feudal Age. He seems to have a bit of a mess of an eco, though. Barles is also here with the villager, guys. This whole area is still completely open. Whew. All right, so let's talk about the civs, guys. Malay versus Chinese. Malay and Chinese both have fantastic economies. Malay have a lot more to offer in an early Imperial Age. They can go for monks effectively. They also have bombard cannons with siege engineers. However, Chinese get fortified walls, and very good fortified walls at that. Very good towers. Elite Shukonu are a really strong unit, especially in the context of there not being any actual siege onagers on the field. Which feels like a very important distinction. I feel like Chinese can make stuff happen with a super Doom push in the late game. But that's slow, right? Chinese are going to be better on a big eco than Malay. Malay are going to be much better at the traditional flank play, at least until late game. Other side, Vietnamese versus Malians. This should just be straight up advantage Vietnamese. Malians aren't the worst civ ever. I mean, I really like them. They're flexible. Good eco. Gebettos are a strong support unit. Your Monk Rush is pretty solid. It's actually very solid. But Vietnamese still have the better overall stuff going on for late game. They've got bombard towers. They've got bombard cannons. Rattan archers, battle elephants, fire lancers. Like, their tech tree is obviously just so insane. So, still have to get the overall edge to Vietnamese here. As Cav civs go, Wei versus Tadars. These are definitely two of the weakest Cav civs. I still think Tadars are better. Tadars do have the option to go fully upgraded camels, which can help if you are specifically trying to counter the Wei. Keshik versus Tiger Cav. It's funny because Keshiks are like a balanced unique unit and Tiger Cav are an overpowered one, but in this exact specific context, the Keshiks could actually be much faster and easier to apply pressure with. And hello, Coffee Pixel. And yes, Tadars do also have bombard towers. And Tadars can go for Cav archers as well. I mean, you can go for Xianbei Raiders as the way, but the Tadar Cav archers are much better in post-imp. And you can send forth the flaming camels against the Malay elephants. And then Jurchen's Pocket versus Dravidians. Again, both civs are a little bit different relative to what we associate with a traditional infantry siege pocket civ. But in theory, Jurchens have better defenses. The rocket carts, again, in theory, are higher quality than the Dravidian siege onagers, especially because you do get siege engineers, but it often doesn't really feel like it plays out like that. And also you have the elephant archers, and as we saw in the last game, elephant archers are a silly unit. Meanwhile, you got towers coming in here on both sides. Nerfkex will be faster. And we got multiple docks in, a towers over here, and this already feels like something of a win for Team Barles. Wait, they've nobody fish booming. Wait, what? Huh? Somebody's supposed to fish boom, right? Got the walls up over there. It's a little bit closer to Team Andy. Probably doesn't matter too much. Yeah, forcing green here, the pocket, to invest into a ton of defenses is just going to allow Imperio to just do whatever the heck he wants and have likely a very efficient boom. Although, again, I'm really surprised that this is happening. I mean, we have all these elephants here, too. He's playing BF like me, man, where you just pretend that pawns and extra groups of elephants don't exist because that's just too hard for your tiny APM brain. There is the Vil still alive here that can do some punching or repairing, but it looks like maybe she's stuck. Yeah, Vodka having to do all of this investment is not what he wants to be doing. Yellow's going to be here in Castle Age in just a moment. Yeah, both are walled here. Still, Chaos to win here, defending just fine. Cyan's on his way up to Castle Age. Of course, wait. Okay, never mind. This is going to be a 4 TC boom. I was thinking, is he going to go Tiger Cav right away? But no, this is just going to be for a little bit of a later uptime with more TCs. Technically speaking, I think it's a bit more efficient than just going regular FC and TCs. Wait, hold on. Barles had the forward here. Uh-oh. Hold on. I only remembered one of the forwards. Oh, no. And this was from way long ago. From this whole area being open. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not what you want. Metu was thinking of just going for a pure boom. I mean, he was ready to go 4 TCs with Wei. But now, he's having to rush up a stable. This is going to delay the TCs. You have more archers coming in. Another villager sniped. And right now, Team Barles are disrupting like crazy. Now, they are still behind in overall vill count for now, but you got the pockets booming, right? That is what matters. Game number 2, it didn't quite work out for them with the pocket booming stuff, but in that game, the flanks were in a much more precarious position than they are right now, where Nerfkex is helping to hold the line. Yeah, it's awkward for him, and it's not like he's thriving, but he's not like losing any territory. Barles, meanwhile, 35 vills to 36. Blue is going to be up to Castle Age a lot faster, but Barles is making a lot happen with these archers. Cyan is getting to those TCs. Just, you know, build the TCs wherever the archers are not located. And the Haeguang Cav will obviously clean up all these units, no problem. Oh my goodness, the Elephantos, man. Everyone hide Dumbo. Brutal. Anyway, Blue's on his way up to Castle Age. Although we have extra layers of walls coming in, so maybe Andy is not thinking about an early Castle Age push and just wants to boom. Metu's heading a siege workshop forward? Well, Chaos walling out his ally. Sorry. Sorry, I'm dying, you know, no problem here. Anyway, defensive tower is in, and red is just, I guess fish booming, why not? But the towering will continue until morale improves. You might even need to go for like a galley or something. And, yep, okay, the galley is being built, the dock is being attempted. Trying to come in here with the lion. You have to be careful of this area as well, as this is all open all the way to yellow. Yellow, meanwhile, comfortably booming away on 4 TCs, just enjoying life. Again, this is like a pure Ornlu style. Ignore the elephants, ignore the pond, just boom. Just boom in your base. Alright, that dock isn't happening at the moment, and the galley in theory can deny it in the future, although it's easier said than done. More vills are going down for Nerfkex. I mean, Nerfkex is at -6 vills, but so is Metu. And Vodka's own fish boom was delayed, and you can see Team Barles is ahead by 40 villagers because of it. And look at this, Matt's just chilling. Matt's on 5 TCs. The pockets are so far ahead right now here for Team Barles, and that is due to the hard work of the flanks specifically. The flanks disrupting both of the enemy pockets. So, yes, we have Andy who's ahead of Barles individually, and yes, Gray is ahead of Red individually, but the difference in the pockets usually matters more. Five TCs at Mini 21. Dravidian's gonna get some pretty good builds with the extra wood that you get. But obviously it's also a very good play and probably had some extra elephants too. Yeah, scores are still very close overall. If you look at the vill count though, that is just so heavily in favor of Team Barles, and unless either Nervkex or Barles himself gets rolled, this feels like it's going to be very tough. Matt is at 35 seconds idle TC time. Holy cow. Now this is a boom. 5 TCs, 35 seconds idle time, 83 vills at 22.5 minutes with no fishing ships. And also not even a top tier boom sieve. That is heckin' efficient. Okay, this dock was established, and there's going to be another one attempted. Barles now in Castle Age. I'm curious as to what he wants to do. Those units are all going to get cleaned up eventually. Okay, Barles is adding ATC for the time being, grabbing Bodkin. He's got a Fire Lancer, just trying to be a bit annoying here. He's just gonna, I think, try and defend this side and get him set up for maybe a big late game push with, again, the aforementioned Chuko Nu. Hello, Bloodless. Meanwhile, Ray is also almost up to Castle Age. He's even getting Arson, so it looks like this will be for some Fire Lancer-based aggression. The pond will help you defend, sort of, though. Red's stuck in Feudal Age. It's going to be really tough for him to hold on. Actually, if you're Imperio, do you... Okay, he's got 11 vills on stone. Do you still open Keshiks, or do you try and go Cav Archers? Again, Barles is just being annoying over here, just trying to do whatever he can to slow down the enemy pockets. That is 57 vills to 102, and then 79 vills versus 108. Imp on the way from Matt. Again, you could, in theory, open Elephant Archers or Infantry Siege. We'll just have to see what the plan is here. My guess would be Infantry Siege, but justify either. Indeed, there is a Ram on the way. We got Fire Lancers on the way. Stone walls are being attempted, and of course, you need to make sure that your allies don't die. Yeah, triple Siege Workshop coming on in. Gonna be for... Actually, is there an argument to open Champion instead of Halb? Like, what are you worried about right now as, Matt? Like, what's Vodka gonna make that's gonna kill Champions, and Champions just destroy everything so much faster? For ranges? These are barracks. Barles has a range. Third Siege Workshop coming in. Honestly, the fact that Barles still has any units alive is just so annoying for these guys to deal with. Look at this, castle's coming in, so it is still going to be Keshik time. At the very least, like, if Tatars here were Persians or Franks, we could just see everything here getting obliterated by Paladins, or slash Savars. Tatars are at least going to be slower to get going. But right now, as Team Andy, you need time. We do have Andy himself on the way to the Imperial Age, and yes, he's in a way better spot than Barles, but what's Andy going to do against Matt? That's the question. Okay, so he's hacking Onager, but making Armored Elephants, that one's kind of weird. Double Bit Axe is a good upgrade, guys. I'd recommend getting it before the 28-minute mark. Well, the Fire Lancers are making the way around over here. Mangonel's coming in. And again, like, Nervkex is going to die, most likely, over time. Blue and green are both on their way up. Yeah, again, like, Matt's boom was about as close to perfect as you can get. Like, insane, clean macro. There we go. Bombard cannons on the way. Like I said, I actually think that you can make a very strong argument here in favor of Champions to start things off. Vodka's going to go for some Fire Lancers. That's going to be awful if you switch into Champions for the Dravidians. Yellow space? Well, yeah, I mean, they couldn't initially anyway, but yeah, here they come! And the Keshiks, they are elite. It's still going to be a little while before you have an especially threatening number of them, though. The thing is, Gray's eco isn't all that good behind this either. Like, Chaos to win only 54 vills. Yes, he's ahead of Red, but it's not, like, by that much. Rocket Card is here, but you're still not in Imperial Age's green. He's on 127 vills. It's a good eco overall, but you need time. Like, it's... What, you got a few Karambits here as blue? That's not too good. The Bombards are coming in. The Kashyyyks are here as well, and that's the issue, right? Is as the flank, you're not facing the enemy flank right now. You're facing the enemy pocket. And the enemy pocket has had as clean a boom as you could ask for. Rocket carts are here, and you do get that less bonus, or less friendly fire damage as the Jurchens, which is always something, I guess. We got Woot Steel coming in here as well. And Andy himself is just going to get overrun like crazy. You just cannot keep this castle alive for all that long. Too many siege units here from purple. Fire Lancers have made their way in, and that's certainly annoying, but at the very least, these are elite Kashyyyks that can sort of deal with them. Not amazing, but it gets the job done. Heavy rocket carts in. Eight bombard cannons and counting here from Matt, guys. P5? Well, remember all of the losses that Cyan took and all of the delays from the archers into getting the boom slowed down. He's almost up to Imp, and I guess he's going to go Tiger Cav, but Tiger Cav are going to be very slow to get going, especially when you're not really running into range units. You should just be going Haegwang Cav. Haegwang Cav have 10 melee armor with full upgrades as the way. They're actually very good against Kashyyyks. Chemistry coming in. You're going to want to get, thunderclap bombs as well. Have one castle at the moment. More barracks coming in here. And right now, I mean, again, it did not matter that Andy was far ahead of Barles. He just got completely rolled by the enemy pocket. Kashyyyks coming in from this side as well. 122 to 45 army. Elite Tiger Cav is coming in, but is it too slow? Red's not dead. Orange isn't dead. And right now, guys, it does feel like Team Barles is going to eke this one out and move on to the semifinals.
Yep.
The grenades are... Oh, so I'm thinking the Fire Lancers don't really do enough here. I mean, Jurchens are a good defensive civ, but this feels like you're asking a little too much when it comes to holding the line. Barles also is going to go for some ARB support. Perfectly fine there. And you're also mixing in some swordsmen as well. Like I said, you probably could have opened these with these guys a lot sooner, but I don't think it matters too much. Up the market! Do I like BF? Yes, I do. But I'm very open-minded. Oh my goodness, those are some good rocket cart hits from Vodka. Remember, they ignore armor. I mean, rocket carts do a lot of damage, but the bombard cannons are coming in to snipe, and I think there's just too much here. The ARBs here, the Kashyyyks, the bombard cannons, it feels like a little bit much. Lots of games to... Yeah, I've been casting all the Rage Forest tournaments since Rage Forest 2, I think? Right, got some swordsmen here as well. Like I said, I think it's just what you want to go for in the first place. Anything interesting happening over here? Probably not. Ray can't really offer anything. There is an overall Vil lead right now for Team Andy, but it just doesn't really feel like it matters. The hold is good so far, though, and there is something to be said about not being dead yet. But now another wave is coming in. The bombard cannon numbers are still quite good. Got Tiger Cav here. No Mingguang armor yet. That extra melee armor would be very good against the Kashyyyks especially. Also no Fortified Bastion, and of course, as I say that, there's Mingguang armor. Fire Lancer is just being a little annoying over here. Red's actually also on his way up to an imp, 84 Vils versus 86. It feels like Chaos to Win just never had the eco that he really needed to. when the tower was first derping? Maybe. But right now, guys, the push is still happening. Bombard cannon's trying to fall back as there are just too many units here at the front. Arb's laying down the damage here from that. 58 kills on those already for Barles. And that castle is likely going down. The bombard cannons, I mean, they are going to try and hold the front line. The fire lancers, though, without the final armor upgrade, getting killed very quickly by the arbalests. You actually do get gambesons as the Jerchins, which you need to remember, as even one extra pierce armor is quite nice. And the Kashik numbers are at 68 with 53 on the way. Oh my goodness, and now Barles is going to come in with that tower stuff as well. Now the Tiger Cav, I'm pretty sure, is still going to win against the Kashiks pound for pound, but the difference in economy and scale for the Tadar player is just enormous. Ray, the last one to actually click up to the Imperial Age. Imp is now in. The Gebettos are going to start coming out. Yeah, the Kashik's production is crazy. Now have the Auditors coming in here as well from Matt. And despite the valiant effort, it looks like Team Andy will end up getting eliminated in the quarterfinals as GG is called. Wow. What a sick series to kick off the quarterfinals, guys. I mean, Team Andy played very well. They put up a good fight, but it felt like Team Barles able to just really eke the most out of their civs, make sure that their coordination was just very slightly better. And in that last game, of course, having the double pressure from the flanks to the enemy pockets, it's usually a death sentence, as being ahead in flank and then being super far behind in pocket is usually a not winning combo. Good performance overall from Team Andy. Team Barles, they're not the defending champions. That's Team Sato, I believe. Although it's kind of hard to say because the teams get mixed up anyway, so a little weird. But yeah, good stuff, good stuff. And we have 3 more quarterfinals. Next one, like I said, Team Valos versus Sato, which is in a couple days. Yeah, August 22nd. At 8:30 a.m. my time, so nice and early in the morning. Suicide yourself? Yeah, basically. Especially if your pockets have fish booms. And then tomorrow, like I said, I have my own match with Folder and Bucket for the community tournament for the league, so that's at like 17 GMT, I think. Wait. Yes. Tomorrow at 17 GMT. We'll have our set. So I will stream that as well. Of course, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Gonna be it for me today. Been live 6.5 hours. Feel like most people are going offline. All right, Thunderbolt. Thanks for watching, everybody.